Hi.
Hey,
I'm Amber Iman.
I'm Jocelyn Bio.
and I'm Danielle Brooks.
And we are the founders of Black Women on Broadway, a platform we created to celebrate and uplift the rich legacy of Black women in theater, not just on and off Broadway, but around the country.
As Black women artists, Amber, Jocelyn, and I recognized the need for community and wanted to come together and create an event, something that was for us, by us.
And then 2020 happened.
Oh my God.
So we regrouped and created Black Women on Broadway, something that will not just be a cute Instagram account and place for fellowship, but it will also grow to be a platform that provides education, mentorship, and scholarship opportunities for generations to come.
And today we kick off our very first event, Black Women in Theater Appreciation Day. We hope this all-day virtual conference will be a day of learning, supporting, and celebration.
And we are so glad that so many of you registered and are joining us here today. We want this to be the first of many. So please follow us on Instagram at Black Women on Broadway for more events in the future.
Our only goal was to make this day special, so we hope that you enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, let's get started.
Hello. Welcome. My name is Palin Anise, and this first segment that we're going to move through is actually a movement and meditation practice that is going to set you up and prepare you for the day ahead so that you can be open to receive with your body, mind, and spirit. So we're going to need a yoga mat. I have a yoga mat behind me. If you don't have one, just have a safe space that you can move and spread your arms out and just be ready to connect to your body. Thank you again to Danielle, Amber, and Jocelyn for inviting me. And I am excited to move with you all. The only rule is to just let go, to be in your body, let go of any judgment about where you are, and just be here now. If we can all agree to that, let's get moving. All right. We're going to start with centering, my friends. So let's come into a cross-legged seated position. You can take a moment to shift your weight side to side. Let your hands come to your knees. And just take a moment here to rock your pelvis front and back. And just take a moment to find a place where your spine is most vertical. Once you have that vertical spine, if you're comfortable, you can close your eyes or allow your eye gaze to drop down towards the earth. And the intention here is to begin to connect to the breath so that we can allow our awareness to come into the present moment, into the here and now. Sure, you're feeling excited, pumped, present, and ready to receive this day, but let's just come into the body now, right? So let's take a slow, deep breath in together and a slow breath out. Again, a slow breath in and a slow exhale. And as you continue to breathe in this rhythmic way, I want to invite you to start to notice and be with the sensations of the breath. Just breathing creates movement in the body through your rib cage and your belly, through your chest. So what places in this moment do you feel expansion? Do you feel emptying as you breathe in and out? We'll be here for a few more moments, friends. See if you can sit up a little taller. Find that full length in the spine. The spine is the axis of energy in our bodies. And with that long spine, we create a flow, a channel for the energy to spread out through the torso, through our limbs, through the crown of the head. And let's take 3 more deep breaths together. Deep inhale. And then deep breath out. Again, deep breath in and exhale. Do that one more time together, deeper, fuller, breathing in. And then as you exhale, let's go ahead and float your hands into your heart space in prayer. Again, the eye gates can close if you're comfortable with that. And let's take a moment to set an intention for movement today. An intention for your day is a Monday, right? So how do you want to show up? What qualities do you want to bring forth? As we connect in community and connected to each other virtually in support and love. And as that intention comes forward, if there isn't anything that comes forward for you, I'll just offer resting in resilient joy and showing up in that way. Let's take a deep breath in together to affirm. And then as you exhale, go ahead and release the hands. Let them come down towards the knees. And we're going to begin by moving through our head. So let the chin drop down towards the chest, the right ear over to the right shoulder. Let the head circle around back. And then as the head floats down through center, let your body just exhale to release. And we'll do that again, a full revolution of the head, inhaling as the head lifts up and around. Exhaling as the head floats down. Allowing yourself to relieve any compression that you may be holding in the neck and shoulders. And then we'll gently reverse, go the opposite direction. Maintaining that long spine. Feeling and breathing into the body with each breath, with each revolution of the circle. Do that one more time. And as you come back through center, again, hands on the knees, we're going to begin to do that same circle, that same spiraling through your chest. So through your torso. Maybe here you start to envision, where is this movement being initiated for you? Do you feel this as you extend through your heart center? Do you feel it through your ribcage? Or maybe through the energy through the base of the pelvis? Again, just close the eyes and feel your body. Feel space that you're creating. Beginning to open up to that intention that you set. We're all moving together, spiraling through space. Good. And these movements can be a little smaller, they can be big. There's no right or wrong way to move, my friends. Just stay present. Letting your body melt on the waves of the breath. We'll gently reverse, go the opposite direction. Feeling the radiance across the heart center as you extend forward. Feeling that rounding quality as you round backwards. And there's a fullness in this movement. Good. Awareness of the spine that you're cultivating with each spiral, with each circle. One more. Nice. As you come back through center, pause here. Take an inhale. Let's sweep the arms up alongside the ears. And then as you exhale, pressing the arms down by the sides. Good. Do that twice more. Inhale, the arms sweep up. And then exhaling as the arms press down. Inhale, arms reach. Nice. And then as you exhale this time, we're going to twist over to your right. So cross the left hand over the body towards the right knee. Right hand behind you. Take a moment to pull the belly in. Take your gaze over the shoulder. Find a little twist. Good. And then as you inhale, we'll come back up through center. Arms float alongside ears. Exhale, take that twist to the other side. So twisting left, find the length out of your spine. Good. And then as you come back through center, we'll inhale once again. One breath, one movement. Exhale, float to the other side. And we're going to start to take this movement a little faster. Inhale to lift up. Exhale to twist. Again, inhale, reach up. Exhale, twist. Good. Keeping that going. Each time that you come through center and the arms sweep to the sky, can you find more space as the ribcage pulls away from the hips? Can you find more twist? Taking it slow and easy. Each time you twist, it's a wringing out of what's not serving you. So in this practice, right, we set an intention, but we're also going to clear out to make space for that intention. So you can think of this twisting motion as a wringing out of a towel, right? So anything that's not needed, that's not serving, right? We're gonna let that go. So then twice more. Beautiful job, breathing in. Exhale and twist. One more, inhale, lift up. Exhale, twist. And then we'll inhale, come back up to center. Find that space again, soften your shoulders. And then exhale, let the hands come down through the heart. We're going to shift into an all fours position from here. So hands and knees. Take a moment to spread your fingers wide. Knees are in line with the hips, wrists in line with the shoulders. And just begin to circle your hips around the space. Good. Once again, I invite you to close your eyes. And just be in your body. As women, we can carry lots of tension, tightness, emotional energy in our hips. So as you are circling here, I want you to imagine again that you are unhinging anything that's stagnant, anything that's trapped. Freedom through your spine, through your hips again. Fast or slow, big or small, my friends. Whatever feels right in your energy. If it feels nice to just linger, pause somewhere, do so. How can you nurture yourself in this moment? That's what this practice is about. Taking care of you. Good. Sinking to the right, sinking to the left, forward and back. Again, spiraling through space. We'll go ahead and reverse those circles. Go the opposite direction if you haven't already. Spreading the fingers wide, feeling connected to the earth beneath you, grounding. You can let the head get involved. Okay. What feels right? What feels good to you? Stay here for a few more breaths, my friends. We're almost there. And then we'll slowly begin to slow down those circles. We'll let the big toes touch, and we're going to sink into a child's pose. So the hips are going to extend towards the heels. The arms are going to reach forward, and your chest will melt down towards the earth. Now pause there for a moment and just be still. Take a slow breath in. Take a slow breath out. Good. Again, slow inhale. Doing great. Slow breath out. Good. And then from here, my friends, we're going to move into a little stretch. So come back through all fours. We're going to extend the right leg out behind. So right leg's going to go long. And then as you exhale, go ahead and swing that right foot forward in between the hands. Now give your toes a little wiggle so that that right knee is tracking right over the right ankle. And then take a deep inhale. And as you exhale, see if you can sink your hips down just a bit more. Getting a deep stretch in the psoas. Roll the shoulders up and back. Bring the hands to the top of the thigh. Check in, see how this feels. If you get here and this feels like it's too much for today, keep the hands down. It's all good. Be where you are. Honor where you are. Nourish yourself with your breath. The same rhythmic breath we began with, find it here in the stretch that may not be as comfortable, right? Take a deep inhale, deep exhale. Again, you have options to keep the hands here in the earth. You can also bring it to the thigh. If it feels nice and you're feeling super jazzy this morning, go ahead and extend those arms up to the sky, right? Just follow your energy. Two more breaths, my friends. With it. Stay present to the sensations that you're experiencing. Riding the waves of your breath. Big inhale. Big exhale. Last one. Breathe it in. And as you exhale here, we're going to bring the arms on the inside of the right leg. It's going to release the right leg back behind you, but keep it lifted. Thigh bone parallel to the earth. Tighten through your center, pull your abs in to protect your low back. And we're going to begin to circle that right knee up. Good. Try to keep your gaze down to the earth, creating length in the back of the neck. Energy cells through your crown. As you circle, you'll start to feel some heat building. Yes? You're going to get a little bit of fire. Today is going to be a transformational day. And to transform, we need to bring in a little heat. Yeah? Good. Go ahead and reverse, go the other way. That's it. Keep it going, friends. You got it. Breathe in. Big breath out. 3 more. And then we're going to pause. Lift that leg back up. Thigh bone parallel to the earth. Hold it. Maybe extend the leg out. Feel the heat feel. Breathe in. And then exhale, go ahead and drop it down really nice. Good. We're going to go right into second side. Find your center. Left leg extends back behind you first. Square off hips and shoulders. Begin to swing that left leg forward. Give it a little help if you need to. Hand can come behind. Good. Wiggle those toes towards the front edge of your mat. Sink your hips down. As the hips descend, your knee tracks again over your ankle. If your knee is jutting forward, watch that, right? You want to really make sure you're in alignment. As you sink, holding here, loop the shoulders back, squeezing through your pelvic floor to find stability and balance. And you got options. Maybe you stay here. Maybe the hand comes to the top of the thigh. Maybe the arms extend up to the thigh. Wherever you are. Stay in your body, stay in your breath. In your power. Coming back to that intention. Breathing in deep. Breathing out. Nice. Again, slow breath in. Great job. Big breath out. Stay present. One more. Inhale. Then slowly as you exhale, again, arms on the inside of left leg. Plant the palm, shift your hips back. Lift the left leg up behind you, thigh bone parallel to the earth. Tighten through your center. Then again, begin those circles. It's like you're tracing a circle in space. Check in with the speed of your circle. Are you going super fast? Can you slow it down? Feeling the beginning and middle and end of this motion. Don't rush it. Be patient. Enjoy the journey. That's it. Now go reverse, go the other direction. Breathe in. Big breath out. And feel that transformational heat. It's building, right? Good. 2 more. Last one. We'll circle around, holding with the legs parallel. Thigh bone towards the earth. Breathe in, lift your low belly, and then exhale, extend the leg out. Hold. Maybe keep your crown through the toes, and then slowly bring that down. Nice. Big inhale. Big exhale. Go ahead and pause through that child's pose. Sink your hips down. Breathe in deep. Big Now inhale here. We're going to begin to snake your chest forward. We're going to slide into a cobra position. Lift your heart. Exhale. Press your hips up and back. Find that child pose once again. We're going to do that 3 more times. Your own pace. Inhale. Slithering forward like a wave. Pressing into the shore. Lift your heart. Exhale. Sink it back. Again, inhale, sliding forward. Pressing into the earth, elbows into the side body. Exhale, sink it back. Do that 1 more time, my friends. Inhale, reach forward. Lifting the heart. Exhale, sink it back. Nice. I'm pausing here for another moment. Next meditation, feel your breath, feel your body. And when you feel ready, we're going to make our way into a downward facing dog. So lifting the hips up high, help your chest. And as you drop your heels, you can begin to wiggle right and left. So swiveling the hips. Any micro movement that feels appropriate as you work to lengthen your back. Stretching through the backs of the legs. And then taking your time, we'll walk our feet to our hands. We're going to find the forward fold from here. Let the arms release. And if you have tight hamstrings, go ahead and soften your knees. Pull your belly in and up. Let your arms just dangle. We're going to take 3 breaths here, friends. Big inhale. Exhale, letting go. Again, inhale. Big breath out, let it go. 1 more time, inhale. And as you exhale, slowly soften your knees. Roll up through the spine. Take it slow, don't rush. Good. And then once you come to a standing position, we're going to go with our shoulders. Inhale, shoulders lift up. Exhale, shoulders go down. Good. Again, inhale, shoulders lift. Exhale, shoulders down. Good. Do that a few more times. Take it easy. Nice. I want you to imagine any stress, any tension, right, floating off of your back like water droplets as those shoulders come down and up. You can soften the knees. Good. Nice. Now take it a little bit faster with a little more vibrancy. Good. That's it. Love it. You needed this. Good, girl. How are we doing? Are we feeling good so far? The heat's starting to turn up a little bit, right? Now take those shoulders forward. A little more vibrant energy. Breathe. Inhale and exhale. Staying completely grounded through those feet. So you want to be present here with the entire body. Following the flow of sensation and the wave of energy. Good. Now inhale here. Let the arms float up. Stretch through your legs. Big exhale. Press the energy down through center. Palms rooting, grounding into the earth. Do that twice more. Inhale, arms reach. Big exhale. Bring it down. 1 more time, my friends. Inhale. Gather that energy up. Reach all through the sky. Exhale as you bring it down. We're going to bring the heels and toes together. Bend your knees. We're going to sink into the chair position. I'm going to profile so you can see me. Don't worry about moving. Just sink back into that chair. Good. We talked about the fire. We're going to bring it down. Yes? Roll the shoulders. We're going to find a little more movement through our spine here. So when you're inhale, find extension. Tailbone and heart reach. As you exhale, round the spine, chin to the chest. Inhale, extend, open out. Exhale, round. Again, inhale, open, expand. And exhale. Again, breath in. Exhale and round. 2 more. Inhale, extend. Exhale. 1 more. Breath in. Exhale, round, chin to chest. This time we're going to extend the spine and hold. Release your hands. Maybe they come into prayer. You're feeling jazzy. Maybe they extend out in front, alongside the ears. Can you sink your weight back into your heels more? Good. That transformational energy, right? We're getting ready for this transformational day. We're making space. Take an inhale. Big exhale. Sink back one more level. Hold. Good. Breathe in. Exhale. Let it go. Inhale. Come up to stand. Exhale. Let it go. Good. Big release swing. Inhale. Lift. Exhale. Let it go. Twice more. Good. Let go through the spine. Breathe in. Lift it up. Good. And exhale. We're going to sink it back into the chair. I know. We're going back into the fire thing. Breathe in. Big breath out. Hold. Close your eyes. Feel the fire that's burning. How can you be with the sensations right now? We use our breath as a tool to increase our capacity to hold, right, the fiery energy, the discomfort. 2 more. Exhale. 1 more breath in. This time as you exhale, melt your chest all the way forward. Hands to the earth. We're going to heel toe our feet a bit wider. Turn out your toes. Bend your knees. Let your hands slide up your hips. Roll the shoulders down. Good. We're in a goddess pose now. Right? The goddesses of Broadway are here today. So this is for y'all. Breathe in. Tailbone heavy. Abs wrap in. Arms are going to go along the side. Soften out the shoulders. Now remember we talked about the hips earlier. How our hips can be a place where we hold emotional energy, tension. We're going to find a little more freedom through the hips with some circles. Good. 4 circles of the hips. And you can keep your arms extended. If they're getting sore, you can bring them to your hips. Again, check in with where you are today. Letting go of any judgment or stories around how things should look. Just move the hips. You can think of hula hoop. Take them all around the world. Good. Now you can take it a little bit faster. A little tighter if you like. Good. Breathe. Smooth it out. Breathe in. Big breath out. Again, breathe it in. Big breath out. Good. Now here, inhale, arms sweep to the sky. Big exhale, bend the knees, drop it down. Inhale, lift it up, fingertips reach. Exhale, let it go. Twice more like that. Cleansing breath in. Exhale, let it go. 1 more. Breath in. Exhale, let it go. Good. We're going to stay here this time. Open those arms out. Good. Stay in that second position. Soften out the shoulders. Good. I'm going to take the hips around to the left this time. So take them around in the opposite direction that you went before. Start slow. Nice. And 4 circles. Are you breathing? Good. Stay present. Nice. I know you guys are getting it. Good. Circle it out. Make it a little more energy. Speed it up. Let them go. This is just the warm-up. So we'll get a little bit more where we come from here. All right? That's it. Breathe it in. Big breath out. 1 more. Breath in. Big breath out. And then inhale. Arms again. Sweep up to the sky. Big breath out. Bring it down. Again. Inhale. Stretch up. Get long. Think about that intention here. Moving with intention. Moving with purpose. Reach it up. Inhale. Exhale. Again. Breath in. Reach it to the heavens. Exhale. Bring it down. Yes, lovelies. Inhale, reach it up. This time we're going to hold. Pivot on your heels so that your toes face forward. Going to move into a little flat back here. Fingertips towards the screen. Shoulders away from your ears. Tailbone extending back. Take a breath in. Feel the backs of those legs. Be in those hamstrings. Yes? Good. Breathe in. Find more stretch. And then exhale. the hands come down to the earth. We're going to begin to bend right knee and left knee. I want you to close your eyes again here and take your time with this movement. We're still investigating, moving through the hips with curiosity. What's there today? What can you move out today? Good. Breathing. Moving right and left. Magical Monday. These magical moves. Good. Gotta get these hips open. That's it, friends. Going right and left. Now, if you feel like you want to linger to one side, you're like, oh yes, right there is where I need to hang out for a minute. Stay there. Good. Breathe in. Big breath out. Take it right and left one more time. And then slowly as we come back through center, we're going to pause. Walk your hands out. Soften your knees if you need to. Plant down to your right palm. We're going to take the left arm up to the sky. Breathe. Now here, your legs can be straight. Right? You can also soften the knees. If you have a block, it's nice to use one of those here as well. Support yourself in any way that's necessary. Breathe in. Then as you exhale, bring the hand down and we'll switch sides. Grounding down through the palm, taking that twist. Opposite arm up to the sky. Fingertips to the sky. Pressing the palm down through the earth. Breathe in. Big breath out. One more. And then slowly as the hand comes down, release your head. Heel toe your feet together. Now as your feet begin to heel toe together, soften your knees, my friends, and we're going to begin to roll it up through your spine. Take your time. Good. Now as you lift up, stacking one vertebrae right on top of the other, soften your knees. Good. And we're going to go with those shoulders again. Nice. So we got a different rhythm now, right? Can you guys hear that? Yeah? Good. Just let those shoulders go. Just the shoulders up and back. Breathe it in. Big breath out. Now let this get a little bigger, maybe a little fuller. Ha. Good. Can you let go through your spine, through your head? Begin to sense, where are you holding here? How can you release in your body, in your torso, through your heart, right? Our hearts have been heavy in these past few months. So how can you invite release here? Good. Breathe it in. Breathe it out. Good. Keep it going, friends. We're almost there. A little more release. Good. Give yourself permission to let go. We're here together. We're moving together in community. Good. Two more. Nice. Now as you lift here, inhale the arms up to the sky. Good. We're going to reach it up. Good. Now reach it to the side. Good. And back up. Nice. Reach it right and left. Good. Up to the sky. Good. And reach. And lift. Now you can make this more fluid, more flowy. Right? Good. Push it up. We're going half time now. Up. Breathe. Good. Let the chest go. What are you reaching for here? Good. Are you gathering that intention? Good. Reach. Okay. Breathe it in. Let it go. Two more times. Find the flow. You guys with me? Breathe it in. And exhale. Good. Now we're going to reach up to the sky and hold. Breathe it in. Exhale. Bring it down through the heart. Inhale. Reach it back up. Ground through your feet. Exhale. Two more. Breathe it up. Good. Let all that radiant energy just pass over you. Fill up your heart center. Last time, friends. Inhale. Breathe it up. Good. Now as you exhale, we're going to bring it down. And we're going to start to connect into the heart space. Just your heart center. Now these movements that we're doing, right, they're from our ancestors. Our ancestors came together in community, good to dance, right? They came in sorrow, they came in joy to celebrate. So whatever's up for you today, right? Whatever you've been holding in your heart, I want you to begin to let it go. We want to make space for that resilient joy. We want to increase our capacity to hold it. Good. Now, if you want to go a little bit quicker, I'm not mad at you. Take it a little bit faster. Yes? Good. Maybe you want to slow it down. You want to really milk it out. Whatever feels right. You can serve a little drama here. Right? Good. Bring it in. Nice. Take it wherever you are, my friend. Find that heart. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. We're going to start to walk those feet out again. Walk those feet back out into that goddess position, that extended position. We're going to inhale the arms up to the sky. Exhale, bring it down to the earth. Again, inhale, reach it to the sky. Exhale, bring it down. Again, inhale, lift. Big exhale, bring it down. Twice more, inhale up. Exhale, bring it down, bend those knees. Inhale, lift. Exhale, bring it down, we're going to hold. Take one hand over your heart. Take one hand over your belly. Connect to your inner rhythm. To your inner drum, your heart is beating, right? Perhaps it's sped up. Where is your breath? Come back to it. Let it draw you inward. What is your intention? What are you seeking to embody here? Good. Breathe in. Big breath out. One more. Inhale. And as you exhale, stay in that second position. Release the arms. We're going to go back to the shoulders. But this time it's just an up and down. Good. Yes. Love it, Omni. Good. Keep moving. Get those shoulders going. Just the shoulders. Now I want you to start to change this movement to add the torso. Right? So the torso is going to spiral around the planted feet. So we're playing with opposition here. We're grounded in our foundation. And we're finding freedom in the upper body. Good. Go the other way. Again, where can you release? You have another opportunity to let go. Breathe. Inhale. And exhale. Good. Let it go. Nice. Good. Keep those shoulders. You got it. Hey. Breathe in. Nice. Good. Now inhale the arms up. Big exhale in. Inhale, lift up. Big exhale, press. Two more. Breath in. In it. Last one. Breathe it up. Exhale, bring it down. Hold it here. Hold. I know. We're going to go back into that transformational fire. Yes? Yes. We're making space for joy. You got it, girl. Stay right there. Feel that joy. Right? Feel the transformation heat. We're going to connect to it. Take a breath in. Hold. I know you want to come out of it. Close your eyes. Just feel. You're almost there. Hold. Big inhale. Big exhale. Hold. One more. Breath in. Now exhale. Let it go. Stretch those legs. We're going to just think of those legs. Good. A little swing. Good. Freedom in your torso. In your upper body. You can reach it up to the sky. Spreading that joy all around your space. Good. Sink it down to the ground. Beautiful, girl. Nice. Now, start to step those feet. Take a little step. Put a little joy in those steps, my friends. That's the beauty. Good. A little joy in those steps. Let go of the shoulders. Hey, we're stepping. Right? We got our ancestors guiding the way. Get into it. Your own little dance of joy. Good. Get that dance. Hey, Nikki. Good. Now we're going to start to just move the body. I want you to start to do some shape. I always say a little shimmy always does the body good. Yes? So we're going to get a little shimmy happening right here. All right? that you're still holding on to, anything that's in the way of your resilient joy, you're gonna shake it off. That's it. Hey, good. Shake it up. Good. Don't be shy. They say dance like nobody's watching. Good. Shake it down to the earth. Shake it up to the sky. Shake it down to the earth. Shake it up to the sky. Good. 2 more times. Shake it down to the earth. Shake it back up to the sky. 1 more time, friends. Shake it down. You got it. Now shake it back up. Good. Hold it there. 1 last little shake. Make it count. We're going to let this go here. A few more seconds. Shake it out. Maybe shake through your head. Maybe shake out your hips. Shake out your legs. Where do you need to let go? Where do you need to feel the joy? Open into it. Good. That whole body shake. Give it to them. That's it. Let it go. Give them all your joy, girl. That's it. That's it. Breathe it in. Take it up to the sky. Good. Take a breath in. Bring it back down. Bring it back down. Inhale. And exhale. Good. Bring it in. Good. Big breath out. Nice. We're going to come back to our heart. Nice and easy. Back to your heart. Good. Finding that heart center. Slowing it down. Begin to walk your feet a little bit wider. Inhale the arms up to the sky. Big exhale. Take your body all the way forward. Good. Relax your head down. Shake out the head. Breathing in. Big breath out. Slowly roll it up. Take your time. Good. 1 more time, we're going to bring hands back to the heart. Connected today in community. Right? I just want you to start to give a little bit of love out to those who are here with us. Right? So many people are logged in and moving together. Good. Can you send a little love all around to everyone? Right? That joy that we wish for ourselves, we also wish for others. Good. Yes, Danielle. Good. Send that love around. Good. You may not be able to see them, right? But we're still connected. They can feel that. Do you guys feel it? Feel that joy. Feel that love. Right? Coming from your sisters from all over the globe in this moment, in the community. Good. Women of Broadway, let's go. Good. Send it up to the sky. Good. Take a breath in. Deep breath out. Inhale, let the arms sweep up. Hold it there. Big exhale again. Press it down. Good, Angel. Yes. Love to all our sisters. Incredible Black women of Broadway. Inhale. Gather it all up. Gather our brilliance, our power, our beautiful melanin, brown root and plant in that power. Good. Twice more. Inhale the arms up. All the Black girl magic. Bring it in. Wash yourself in it. Ground yourself in it. We are covered in it. 1 more time. Breathe it up. Inhale. Big breath out. Bring it down. This time, let one hand come over your heart. Let one hand come over your belly. Close your eyes. Breathe. Big inhale. Big exhale. Again, breath in. Big breath out. Nice. And then slowly from here, we're going to just take a forward fold, folding over your legs. Let your head go. Pause. In that forward fold, be there. Breathe there. Good. And then take a moment here again to heel toe your feet a little bit wider. You're going to turn the toes out, bend the knees. Maybe the hands come into the heart. Maybe squatting into that Malasana squat pose. But if you get here and your hips don't feel open, you can stay lifted. Holding there. Breathe there. Maybe close the eyes. Good. Breathe in. And then taking your time from here, we're going to take ourselves down to a seated position. Let the legs extend long, let the arms sweep up. Inhale. And then exhale, reach for your toes. Relax your hands. Good. Again, inhale, arms lift. Good. This time as you exhale, fingertips towards your toes. Tighten into your core. Imagine there's a ruler behind your back, behind your spine. Keep your heart open. Still ready to receive. And as we connect it to just a brief moment of core, pulling your navel in towards your spine. We're activating our solar plexus, or a place where we activate our power. Feeling into that energy. Be prepared to transform, to activate. One more breath. Inhale. Big exhale. Maybe lean back a little bit more. Find your edge. Good. Breathe in. And as you exhale, sisters, go ahead and relax all the way down. Release to the earth. Just let your body go. Now pausing there on your back. You can bring your knees into your chest. Begin to give yourself a little hug, rocking your body side to side. Taking a deep inhale. Deep breath out. Now, if there's any pose or stretch that your body is craving or calling out for in this moment, listen. Listen to your body's wisdom and let it guide you in this moment to just nurture yourself. Stretch out. Maybe just be still if that's what you need right now. But just again, allow yourself to be open. We'll be here for about 3 more breaths, my friends, and then we are going to prepare for a brief meditation to close out the session. So if you're in a double-sided stretch, go ahead and switch that out now. Deep inhale. Deep breath out. I'll give you the option in this moment to either come to rest on your back for a minute or so. If it feels appropriate to come into a seated position now in preparation for meditation, you can. But wherever you are, we'll just rest for a moment before we begin the meditation. Continuing to keep your awareness in this present moment by staying connected to that in and out breath. All you have is the here and now. Giving your whole attention. The world is as we make it. The flow of energy. Now's the time to take. That's pulsing within. The aliveness that's within you. Your brilliance, your power, your majesty. Time to celebrate. Just be there. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. And if you'd like to come into meditation in a seated position, go ahead and join me there now. And as you come into this seated position, You can drop in your shoulders. And if you'd rather stay on your back, you're fine to stay there, but maybe take one hand over your heart and one hand over your belly. And we can allow our eyes to close again or drop the awareness down towards the earth. And we'll move through a brief meditation practice of loving kindness, compassionate meditation. And in this meditation, we will offer loving kindness to ourselves. And then we'll offer loving kindness to our sisters who are joined together for this beautiful program today. So as you sit up nice and tall, I invite you to repeat these phrases silently to yourself. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. Continuing to breathe in and out, offering those phrases of loving kindness to yourself. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. Just staying there for another minute or so. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. And then we'll begin to just offer those phrases of love and kindness to our sisters here. So just picture your sisters wherever they are. Picture your sisters in theater, our community, those who you know, those who you may not know. And begin to offer that same phrase of loving kindness to those beautiful beings. May she be safe. May she be happy. May she be healthy. And may she live with ease. Because that for which we wish for ourselves, we wish for others. May she be safe. May she be happy. May she be healthy. And may she live with ease. Just see her in your mind's eye. Offer that phrase of loving kindness to her one last time. Living with ease. Safe, happy, and healthy. And we'll take a deep breath in together. And a deep breath out. And as we bring our hands into our heart space in prayer, sitting up nice and tall, we'll close the eyes and we will close out this practice one more time by just affirming that we are grounded, that we are rooted in a joy and a power that is resilient. Joy is gladness regardless of circumstance. So let us be in that. Let us breathe in that together to close out. Deep inhale through the nose. Deep exhale through the mouth. Again, deep breath in through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. One more time. Deep breath in. Exhale, big sigh. Let it go. And we say ashe to affirm. So it is. Good. Blessings to everyone. I hope you all feel open and ready to receive the bounty of the day. There is so much more to come. So stay tuned. Take a deep inhale, deep exhale, wipe you off the sweat with a towel, get your water and hydrate, and be well, you all. Peace and blessings.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am way too excited about what's happening today. I have already cried like 2 times. First, I just have to start by thanking Palin Anise for that amazing movement and meditation workshop. First of all, let me go back because Samantha just joined us, our beautiful interpreter, Samantha. How good to see you. I was saying that I'm very excited. Today has already been a beautiful day. Starting off with movement and meditation that I didn't even know I needed was so beautiful. I hope you guys feel full. I hope you guys feel warm and open and ready for the rest of the day. I'm not going to lie. This panel right here is what I've been excited about and looking forward to for about a week because I need help with my money. Let me go ahead and get started by introducing our guest for today. Jamila Souffrant is a podcaster, writer, and founder of JourneyToLaunch.com, where she shares her journey to reach financial independence while helping others do the same. Amen. Jamila is considered a go-to financial thought leader in the personal finance field and is the resident financial expert on a weekly segment on News 12, the most watched local TV news station in New York City. It is. And she's been featured in other notable media outlets like Essence, Refinery 29, Money Magazine, CNBC, CBS, Business Insider, and more. Her Journey to Launch podcast was also named one of 27 podcasts you need to start listening to in 2018 by BuzzFeed. Now, this is my favorite part. Jamila and her husband saved $169,000 in 2 years and are debt-free besides their mortgage. I'm going to read that again. Jamila and her husband saved $169,000 in 2 years and are debt-free. She is also a mother of 3 young children and lives in Brooklyn, New York. Please help me welcome Jamila. Woo, Jamila! Hi, Jamila. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Jamila. As you can tell, I'm very excited because I know that you are about to give me the keys to financial freedom, which are the keys that I need. So first of all, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Thank you. I guess it makes the most sense to start with you please telling us a little bit about yourself, your background, and how you even got into finance and teaching in the first place.
Yeah, so, I was someone that was always aware of money, like many of us growing up without a lot of money, right? I am a product of a single mom, immigrant mom, came here from Jamaica. I was actually born in Jamaica. And I say all that because like coming here as an immigrant and then seeing her and my grandmother come here and work their way from the, bottom to where they are now, where they were able to, my grandmother was able to buy a home. My mom came here at 20 with like just high school education and worked her way up. She got her master's eventually and solidified like herself. And so seeing all that really got me into wanting to understand money at a young age. Now, I didn't like really understand it quite honestly, but I meant more like I knew that I wanted to be financially secure. I just didn't know how to go about doing that unless I were to win the lottery or create some huge business. So I had all these dreams and hopes. But honestly, when I started to work full time, so I, went to college, got a good job, kind of followed all the steps. And I had dreams of like taking over the world. I just didn't know how to do it. So I kind of resigned myself to, I guess everyone works until, they're old and gray and jobs they don't like just to pay the bills. And it wasn't until I was in my early 30s and I was on a long commute. I live in Brooklyn. I commuted to New Jersey for my job and I worked in corporate America. And I was pregnant with my first son. And I remember it taking me like 3 or 4 hours that day. And that's not typically a normal day, right? But it was like so bad, the traffic, and I was pregnant. And it was like a wake up call for me because I said, I cannot do this anymore. Mm. And it was more of, I can't be in a job that I don't love. I know I wanted to have more kids. I have 3 kids now, but back then, I was pregnant with my first. I wanted more flexibility. I knew I wasn't bringing my talents into the world. And money was the root of why I felt stuck because I felt like I had to work this job to pay all these bills. How else was I going to live like the life of my dreams? So I started to go down this rabbit hole of, Google how do I quit my job? How do I retire early? You know, kind of amen if you've done that before. if you put that in Google before. And I started to read, like find out all about these like blogs, like people blogging about becoming debt free, reaching financial independence, which I had no clue really what that was. Then I started to discover podcasts, which was really good for me because I was still commuting. So for me, listening, my car became my learning center. I would listen to so many podcasts about personal finance and financial independence, learned about this whole new world of people who were, you know, different ranges of types of jobs, right? Like some were like, you know, high income earners and able to like aggressively save to get to their goals. Some were teachers, you know, like regular everyday people being more smart with their money so that they could make better decisions, have options, and eventually reach financial independence. So I was like, okay, I need to figure out how to do this. And that's what I did. I started Journey to Launch to chronicle my journey. Like, so I said to myself, I'm going to like quit my corporate job by the time I was 40 years old and do whatever I want, right? And I was yeah.
And when you started, you were in debt?
Yeah, so all right, I officially kind of, it was a process. So while I was pregnant with my first son in 31, I didn't officially like start Journey to Launch till about 33 years old, which is a few years ago now. And so by then I had student loan debt when I graduated from college. I had like regular like credit card debt, but my husband and I, we typically would pay that off. So luckily we weren't like buried with credit card debt, but we had like a car note. My husband had a lease at the time, and then we did have our mortgage. So by the time I consciously knew I wanted to reach this place of financial independence, which we can talk about what that means, definitely. I had been on the journey, I just didn't know, which a lot of people are right now. You might not consciously know you're on a personal finance and financial freedom journey, but you're on it, whether you like it or not. And so I was able to, by then, get smarter though. Like by the time I realized what I needed to do, we paid off the student loan debt. And then what really was the kind of catalyst was being able to save and invest. So, and I want to talk about that for the people, because it's going to depend when you come to this realization that you want something different, you want more. It depends on your starting point, right? And so our starting point, because we were in our early 30s, we were a little bit more established in our careers. My husband is a New York City teacher. I worked in corporate America. That helped because we kind of had the income to help support saving that much money, but we had to change a lot in terms of our habits, our mindset to be able to actually do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so something you said very interesting to me, talking about financial freedom. I don't even know what that means. Let me be honest. When I think of financial freedom, I think of Jay-Z and Beyonce on a yacht. That just means like you have so much money that you're free and you can do what you want. That's probably not financial freedom. What does financially free, what does that even really mean? And how do we even start to even try to work towards financial freedom?
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, because that, when you think of it, seems out of touch and out of reach for most people to get to, which it is. Not that you can't do that if that's your dream, like go all for it. It's relative. Financial freedom and independence, it's relative to the life that you want to live.
Got it.
And so you may have dreams of having that yacht. And so you're just like, that's the kind of life I want to lead. So I got to, do things to help me get there. Or it may just mean I want to just be able to do what I love without worrying about bills. Like that's freedom to me. Or it may be, I'm starting a family and I want to be able to take breaks and be home with my kids. That's freedom. And freedom, you unlock. This is what I love about the journey to financial independence is that, so independence, when I talk about it in this sense, financial independence means you have enough money saved and invested in your retirement portfolio or your investment portfolios that you can live off of that money. And it could be also like rental income, whatever type of, passive income, you can live off that money and you don't have to actively work again, which I'm just like, who doesn't want to have at least that option, right? Where you have enough money spinning off where it like pays for your lifestyle. Now, that is a very huge goal. Mm-hmm. But I truly do believe as you go, like, and set that as your sight, like I'm going to save, invest, like build a portfolio. As you go to that moon goal, as I like to call it, you have to do so many things on the way. There's getting just aware financially. That's step one. There is getting debt free. That's another step. which can take a while depending on your situation, right? And kind of your starting point. Then it comes to, investing. And instead of putting all your money into savings, what is your investing, look like? So it's starting to educate yourself on the next level steps. And so there's all these little things that you're going to do on your journey to financial independence, which again, seems very lofty and maybe out of touch. But I promise you that once you start the journey, like you have no choice but to up level and get better because of all the other things you have to go through. So even if you fail, I like to say this, even if you fail at attempting this journey and you say, well, I need, based on my lifestyle, after you do the number and you crunch the numbers, I need $1 million to like feel okay in 20 years. And you're like, oh man, like, how am I going to get to $1 million invested and saved in 20 years? But you go after it and you realize in 20 years, I only have 300,000. Now, is the 300,000 the 1 million? No. But is it better than maybe the zero you would have had if you did not start? Right. So that's what I want people and our people to understand is that while it's a lofty goal, one, you actually may hit it, changing some things around and, having that mindset, you may hit it. And even if you don't, you'll be in a better place. So like, I want to like show people how to do that.
Okay. I am already winning. So I want people to understand that Jamila and I had a talk before this because I was very intentional in being like, we can't just bring in any financial advisor. We have to bring in someone who understands artists and financial problems. And one thing I talked to Jamila about was like the actor cycle. Let's just say it looks something like this. This is personal, but it looks something like this. You get a job. Now, before you get this job, you've been unemployed for 6 months. So you got this ballin' new job and you're like, okay, so this first month of money is going to go towards paying back everybody I took out money from, everybody who sent me $25 Venmo because I couldn't eat or get on the train. That's the first month of money. It's just paying back all those months of rent you couldn't pay. You're just trying to give back to people who have given to you. Then you're like, in that second month, I have a list of things in my phone that I said I'm going to buy when I get some money. Not a Birkin bag, but just like I'm going to fix my car or I'm going to buy a chair for my house. And then in that third month, you're like, okay, self-care. Let me get a mani-pedi. Let me go get a massage. Let me go get a piece of salmon from Whole Foods. And then in that fourth month, you're like, okay, now I'm finna save. And then your show closes in that fourth month. So you have made nothing, saved nothing, and now you're back to unemployment. I think actors, we're always on one side or the other of that kind of spectrum. So for me today, I'm like, where do we start? I'm here, we're in a pandemic. Most of us actors know we are not going back to work until 2021. What can we be doing now? How can we start our journey towards financial freedom?
Okay, so I think step one is just being here in an event like this, understanding that this is normal, and there's no shame in this cycle, that you are working with what you got.
Yes.
And that surviving is thriving. Like it's kind of like we all want to get to our goals faster. We all want to pay off debt, like do all these things. But we are constrained to our circumstances, except for two that you can, there's some things outside of your control, right? But what can you control? So understanding this cycle that you guys are in, it's also just realizing too that survival mode means being able to pay for your necessary expenses. That's one, right? So if you're not in the position to be able to do that, because or you're not positioned to be able to get ahead financially right now because you are, paying for rent or having to eat, there's no shame in that. So that's one, right? But for those who maybe feel like they can get a foot in and there's more, I'd say now there is a reprieve right now due to the pandemic on certain expenses that you have, right? So if you happen to have a mortgage right now, there is laws in place that you can't get it foreclosed upon if you can't pay your mortgage. For example, I own a rental property that we don't have a tenant in now because his income was affected. So I called my mortgage place up and I said, hey, can we pause mortgage payments? And so mortgage places are offering that. And for 3 months, they're pausing payments and it's not adding to my interest. It's just going to be tacked on to the end. Same thing if you're a renter, right? Most likely, maybe you are a renter and you're in the situation now where you can't. So I'm saying all these things because these are usually your biggest line items in your budget, in the way you spend your money.
Yes.
So if you can put a pause, especially now that you have these protections in place where you actually, if you can speak to your landlord, if they have that option of delaying their mortgage payment, and then you can have the option of working out something on the back end where maybe you pause rent payments right now because things are so dire and tight for you. And then work out something with your landlord where maybe at the back end you pay, because you're not relieved of those payments forever. It's not like they go away, but maybe you work out something where, you add the 3 months at the end of the lease to pay, but for now, right? So I'm saying, like, in terms of just tactical survival strategy right now, if you can talk to your landlord, or if you have a mortgage, and put pauses on like something like your rent right now, so that money that you would have spent can go into your emergency fund. That's key, because right now the biggest thing I'm hearing when you have this cycle is that when the money is not coming in, you need income. You need ways to pay for your life so that you're not consistently going into debt.
Yes.
So there needs to be a buffer or emergency fund. Like, that should be number one. So I understand wanting to get current with your debt and pay off debt. Like, yes, important. You don't want to go further, and if you can avoid it. But getting an emergency fund. So if you're maybe if you predict, kind of based on how your acting schedule works, that you typically are out of work every 3 months or 4 months, what are your living expenses? Calculate that. What, like the rent, groceries, like bare bones, there's like 2 budgets that everyone kind of has. There's kind of like the bare bones where it's like, you need this to live. And then there are the extra ones where we talked about that include the self-care, which for some people that's necessary, right? Because like that's mental is really important too, right? Keeping yourself up, and especially in your industry, honestly, right? So you can figure out, okay, it takes me, I need $3,000 or $4,000 a month to live. And so if I'm out of work for 3 months, that means I would need like a 3 times 3, 9,000 or 12,000 if you do 4,000 a month emergency fund. Now that's a lot of money, right? And so it's like, so the point there now is, how can you start to build and get to an emergency fund like that? Some of it will, like, if you can be lucky enough to have a landlord that can work with you, that you can have, like, you don't have to send money to rent, and you can put that to the emergency fund for the next down the line 3 months, that can help. Yes. You don't have a landlord like that, or if that's not help, like, you can't do that. Other ways are, it's going to take like looking at your money and budget, like the outflow of expenses. And I know it sucks because it already feels like you're sacrificing so much, to think that now you have to sacrifice more again, like take more things out when you probably are already doing, the best you can, is to really sit down and look at what's going out. Really sit down and see, okay, is there something that, I'm just going to have to like get through this for the next 6 months, cut it out. And because of that, I'll be this amount closer to my goal. And maybe if you have friends within the industry and you're going through this together, create accountability groups for that, and like support groups, because it's not easy to make these changes.
Love. Okay. So excited. I already feel smarter. So that 169,000 just sounds like my mind is blown. Can you talk to us through, you and your husband sit down, you come up with a plan, I guess, and did you consider yourself a financial planner at that moment when you guys started to save, or were you learning on the job?
Yeah, so I do want to, so I'm not a financial, certified, financial planner, a CFP. So that's someone who has, they go through designations and they are fiduciary to your, investment needs. They can advise you that way. This is really all just, self-taught. Okay. And I'm not an advisor to tell people, where to invest. So when I started my journey, it was literally listening to the podcast, reading the blogs, seeing what worked for other people, learning on my own, and then kind of, mapping out my journey.
Okay.
I do want to be clear, because I know that number for some is kind of first of all, girl, I don't even make, that's unrealistic, right? And I get it. That how much we saved and invested was a function of our income. And we were high earners at that time. Now I'm an entrepreneur and we're not high earners, right? So I quit my job. So I'm kind of more in your space where my income fluctuates so much now because of kind of being a full-time entrepreneur. But then, as a function of our income, we were able to save that much. And I always say that was what we were able to do based on our income and our circumstances. Don't feel discouraged if you don't have the income to be able to do something like that. Right? Everything is relative. So if you were saving and investing nothing before, but now you can save and invest $100 a month based on your circumstance, that's a win.
So basically, we need to come up with something tangible. Like if each week I just put aside $25 or $100 or $50, just find a number that makes sense for your finances.
Yes, and it should stress you, like, you know, that and this I think applies to no matter how much you're bringing in. Is that I looked at saving and investing first as the and if you have debt and that's your like priority, but like what in your case maybe the emergency fund is your priority because you don't have one. Like that was like main goal number one. Okay. And so as long as we could pay our living expenses, like the mortgage and the rent, well, the mortgage and then like food and things for the kids, everything else was kind of like on the chopping block because we set in our mind already that we were going to max out every retirement account possible for us. And we're going to invest this much. Okay. And then what was left, pay the necessary bills. And if there was anything left after that, then we could have fun because we were so focused on that goal. So I would say for anyone listening, like you want to stretch yourself. So when we did that, it definitely stretched ourselves. Like I even said to my husband, like, if this is too much, like, you know, we're saving and investing too much and we're not like, this life is not like something we're enjoying, we can pull back. And that's the other thing. So if you find that you say, all right, I'm going to like $25 a week. I'm going to find 25 or 50, stretch yourself. So it's a little like, you know, whoa, you gotta make some adjustments, but make that your goal. And like, you cannot like, that is what it is. And it's not about just like that. It's a small amount. That's not a small amount for a lot of people. It's the habit that you're building. Because when you get the job, and maybe now, you know, when you don't have like the bigger or higher income and the more steady job, it is only $20 or $10 you can do. But then when you get the job, you can do way more, right? So you're just building that habit so that when the money does come, it's now it's like, all right, I already have the habit ingrained. Now I can do a little bit more since it's just something I've been doing.
Okay, so during your saving journey, were there any challenges, pitfalls, things that you look back and go, whoo, child, we almost didn't make it through? Or was it like we just saved and it was smooth?
No, you know, I think it's interesting because like I said, I feel like I can more relate to probably now the cycle that you talk about because I quit my job when I had my third child because I was like, I want to enjoy, you know, and the kids, but I also want to like, I don't want to be in that car all the time. So when I was working and that money was kind of guaranteed and our income was way higher, budgeting and saving and investing, like that was more exciting. It was because the money was there. Okay. I would say now as like being realistic and this is why I think it's so hard for people with the inconsistent income or don't have like the higher income to feel motivated, which I get is because when you sit down and look at your financial situation, it's not as like, oh, we have all this money coming in. There's so many places we can put it, right? Like that, I think for a lot of people is where they kind of get like, I just don't want to see it. Like, it's just too much. It's overwhelming. And so I would like to say, if you're feeling that way, is that that is just part of the journey. It's like that roadblock that, you know, it's so many things that are just like you guys are on your journey. Like there's so many things that will tell you no or discourage you. But if you keep going, eventually you'll get there. And I think that same thing with your money and saving. It's not always going to feel great. You're not always going to want to do it. Sometimes you have to set up systems in place so that it's automatic. So if you could do an automatic transfer to that savings account or to that Roth IRA or investing account, do that. You know, take yourself out of it as much as possible for the days you don't feel like doing it. Yes. Surround yourself with people because again, it's not always going to feel like you want to do it. So you got to create an environment where saving and getting better at this is the norm. Not where it's abnormal, but where it's just like, this is what we do. Yeah. And so you're just like, all right, I got to get, you know. And so I feel like these are the things that worked back then, like when I did have the income at the point and work now for me. It's just like, and which will hopefully, if you think about it for yourselves right now, can work for you, which is like literally make things automatic, set up systems that kind of put the habits, you know, help you with your habits and encouraging that. And then surrounding yourself with the environment that saving, getting better at your debt that's the journey you're on.
I love that. Question. I know you said everything is personal, but is there an order that we should attack certain things? Like, for instance, there's credit card debt, there's student loan, there's emergency fund. I think for everybody on here, those are the three biggest. Now, I know I personally don't have any credit cards and I don't have any student loans because God has he said high and look low and I got a scholarship. But I know that interest and things start accruing. So it's like, well, should I attack the things that are going to increase first? I know I need my emergency fund, but I don't want that number to start increasing. Is there a way or a certain order we should attack those things, or just what makes the most sense for your money?
Yeah, all that, all that. But no, I think, so specific to this time, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to keep, because we know just being like having it be relevant to what's happening now with the pandemic. If you have student loans, right now there is a pause on having to pay federal student loans.
Okay. Y'all listening?
Federal student loans, not private student loans, but even though the private lenders are working with you. But I think I have to look up when, I think it's September 30th. You don't have to pay your federal student loans if you have federal student loans until September 30th. You're not going to get penalized. The interest will not accrue, like it stops. And I'm not sure, I have to double check if you have to like call, but if you, so let's just say you're paying student loans, federal student loans right now, and you can pause that and stop and send that money. Now, if you can afford to do everything still, continue with your life. If you have an emergency fund already and you're good. But if you are struggling to try to get ahead on that emergency fund and you happen to have a federal student loan, you can pause that payment. And then instead of taking that money to the payment that you would have sent, you send it to your student loan. Then when things maybe get back to so I know for you guys, it's going to take longer, but then in September, you can decide, okay, what do I do with that money that I saved up, right? So that's ways to get ahead. Even with your credit card, even credit card companies are working with people. Okay. And you can pause, right? And just, you call them, but make sure they're not, tacking on any more interest to that. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying these things as if you currently are in kind of like dire need and you need that income that you would have sent to your debt, that you can put that now to your emergency fund and then reassess again. Got it. If maybe you can still pay these things, the things that you want to look at first are the highest interest rate debts, which are typically the credit cards. The student loans, like honestly, some student loans are the size of a mortgage and will take a while, right? Especially if you don't have like the income to support getting it down. So I'd say when it comes to like the order of operations for your finances, definitely an emergency fund is important. Having something, because if you don't have an emergency fund and then things happen, then you gotta, you're going back into debt.
Or you gotta start stripping. Amen.
Right. Something. So I think, getting that emergency fund together, which again can take a while paying at least the minimum on your debts, right? So, so that you're not getting behind in your debts would be like kind of like step one for everyone. And then assessing how long it's going to take you, because you can like sit down, get a full account of your finances. So that's the other step for everyone to do, is to like literally schedule in your calendar and like get that whatever you need to get you a drink or whatever. Look at your finances, like take inventory. What's coming in? Like, when does it come in? If it comes in, what's going out? That's your budget. Who do you owe? List it all out. What are the interest rates? What are the remaining balances? What do you own? What are your investment accounts? What are the logins? That might take you a whole week to do, but sit down and like get an inventory of everything. So that way, okay, so this credit card debt is 30%. Like some people don't even know which card is what percentage. And so I need to, when it comes to which debt to pay off, because that's the highest interest rate, maybe I focus there first, but you won't know that until you know all your stuff, right? Yeah. So, I think you have to sit down and know your inventory of what's going on first before you can make a decision. But usually it's your highest interest rate debt. But I say too, focus on the emergency fund, because if you don't have that together, you're going to be starting again from scratch when something happens.
Got it. Learning, loving it. Next question, as we switch interpreters. So investing, can we talk about that? Because when I think of investment, I think like, oh, I'm gonna buy a Netflix stock or a Starbucks stock, just because those are big fancy chains that people go to a lot. But I don't actually know, and don't get into the letters, the IRA and the PB&J. I have no idea. So can you give us like the beginner's guide to what investment looks like, and when is the right time to start investing?
Okay, so the best time to start investing is like yesterday, but the next best time is today. And it's funny because I know like the word itself, I think, the industry is set up in a way in which it seems so foreign and complicated to you, like, and so you think like you're not a part of it, right? Yeah. You currently, I don't know how many people kind of like have jobs on the side or kind of have like used to have a job, so they have an old 401k
Mm-hmm.
or have some sort of IRA or IRA. These are all types of retirement investing accounts, because that's the most typical that people can have access to if they work traditionally.
Yes.
That you actually are if you have one of those accounts, you're already an investor. You may not feel like that, but you are. You are. And it doesn't have to be, not everyone needs to like sit down like and cherry pick stocks and read stock charts.
Okay.
And I don't do that. I don't have the time. Like, I don't have the interest, honestly, to do it that way. Okay. So I would say, like, one, if you already have an account like that, you're already an investor. So like take that title.
Check.
It's more about understanding the type of account you have, if you have one already, and then what you can have. Let's say you have nothing and now you want to start. Okay, what are my available options? And looking into that. But really, it's literally like, think about investing as, you know, if you have $20 and you keep it, you don't even put it in the bank. You just keep it under your like mattress. Like, that money is actually losing value over time because of inflation. So inflation, like, you know, that's when milk cost 20 cents back in the day, and now it costs $5.
Jesus.
That's because the value of the dollar, right? What you can buy with your money, like the value of how much you can get is like lessens because of inflation. Okay. So when you don't put your money in a bank or an investment account to grow, it loses value. So 20 years from now, that $20 that you have under your mattress can't buy the same thing that it bought, like it would have been able to buy now.
Right.
When you save, right? So you save in a traditional savings account, like, you know, one of the bigger banks, Chase, Bank of America, and a regular account, like the saving rate on that is 0.01%. So you're also not getting very much return on that. But it's safe for the most part, right? You know, that you can go there. It's not going to be affected by some market crash. You can go get your money. So when we talk about emergency funds, like, you know, and things you need to pay for immediately, like people are mostly going to talk about savings accounts.
Right.
Then I'm going to do some levels here so you can see the value of investing and why it's so important to understand. So the next level, that would be a high yield online savings account. So it's like some traditional banks have them, but it's usually like these online banks where instead of a 0.01% return on your money, you can get like a 2-point-something% return on your money. So it's way better than a traditional savings account. At least your money is growing almost in lock with inflation. Okay. So your money is not like it's not like earning massive money, but it's like keeping up like with the inflation a bit, because inflation is about like 3% typically. Okay. Investing. Now that's where wealth is built, right? Because when you invest your money, but it grows over time at a higher percentage rate. Mm-hmm. So let's just say, like, if you look back at like the history of the stock market, like I think the return, like don't quote me because I don't remember it right now, but let's just say like average return, you get 6% over a span of 20 years, because there's going to be highs and there's going to be lows. So you average it out, like you can get 12% return one month and then like 2% another month because it's going crazy, right? So let's just say average is 6%. So think about that same $20, you know, like invested that 6% over time. That's what gets you ahead, because it's beating inflation. So it's the value is going up, compound interest. And this is where like the people like the Beyoncés and Jay-Z's of the world, like their money makes money when they're sleeping, because it's earning interest upon one another. Got it. That's why investing is such an important like concept and skill that we need to become more aware of, because our money sitting in savings accounts or under our bed is not growing on our behalf. It's just kind of sitting still or losing value. So investing is that's how you get ahead. That's how your money grows over time. So that $20 becomes $100,000 in 20 years.
Got it. And I know for a lot of artists, we are trying to get to the point where we can invest in ourselves, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Like the biggest job that I had, I considered investing in myself. Like, I've never had an apartment in New York that was mine, and I want to start creating my own work. So I'm going to take this $20K and I'm going to write a film, and knowing that the return on the investment won't be immediate, but if I'm starting to be a creator and a producer, it's setting myself up to make more money going down the line. So I think we also as actors have to look at, there's different ways that we invest.
And listen, you know, it's a risk, right? Everything is a risk. So, and I'm big on investing in yourself and betting on yourself and taking that risk. So I know you guys got to do that every day. Like, it's kind of like believing in yourself to the point where it's just like, I am going to take this 10, 15,000 and invest it in a project. I have no clue how it's going to turn out, but that what else, like I'm just going to create these opportunities for myself. So I think you can still do those things, but then still find ways to traditionally invest for your future. Because even if, again, it's just $5, $10, $15, like in a Roth IRA that you can open up on your own, you don't need to be associated with a company. You can go and open this up at like a investment like online bank or account. So like a Vanguard. I'm not an affiliate for them, but like Vanguard, right? Where you can open up a Roth IRA and it's tax advantage for you. So you're investing with after tax money. So this is the money you get from after you get your show money and the government takes its money out, or you would then take that $20 and put it in your Roth IRA. When you put that money in your Roth IRA, you can choose now how you invest it. So yeah, you can select individual stocks if you want to do that. That's fine. Or you can look into something like an index fund. So an index fund is more following the broad market. So you can invest, instead of just investing in one stock on the stock exchange, like you're investing in all of them. So it kind of just follows the market. So market goes up, your value of your index fund goes up, goes down, it goes down. But you're not having to like try to pick a company to beat the market. You're just riding the market wave.
Yes.
And you still do well that way because you're averaging what the money, what the market return. So I say all that to say, it's just like you can literally start with $5 or $10 while you still are, working on your projects and investing in yourself and mentally and, your emotional health. You can still find that $5, $10, $15, $20 when you don't have the income coming in to put in like a Roth IRA or a taxable investing account that can grow over time.
Got it. This is great. I want to remind everyone, if you have any questions, please throw them in the chat. I'm going to take the last 10 minutes and just throw all your questions to Jamila, but I just want to remind you, please send your questions to the chat. Okay. Next on my list is credit. I know nothing. So I know probably a lot of these people on this Zoom StreamYard are at that point of like, I might want to buy a house one day. I just need to get better with my credit. I'm trying to fix everything. And I want to cover as much as we can in this hour.
Yeah.
So credit, are we emergency fund, investing? Now, where does credit, cleaning up credit, establishing credit, where does that fall in our order of operations?
So I want to say you can do this in tandem, but I don't want people to get overwhelmed like, oh, great, another thing to add on my list of things to do. But you can do it in tandem. It depends on where you are, right? Like credit is important, but it's really more important when you're like getting ready to purchase something. And having access to credit is important regardless, because God forbid if you do get into a bind and you need money and you don't have the savings, like if something happens where I need to for my kids or us to live, like I'm going to use the credit that I have. If we have no cash, I'm going to use the credit, like our available credit to survive, right? So you do need access to it as a backup plan, but that's why you want to make sure you have your cash flow together, your emergency fund first, so you don't have to resort to credit. But listen, if you need to resort to credit because that's the only way you can survive, no shame in that, except for you just, you're working your way through it. So it is important, but it's more important if you're like, okay, I'm getting ready to buy a house. I'm getting ready to buy a car, because if you don't have good credit, you're going to get charged more for the same loan that's someone that has good credit. So you end up paying more. And that's the cycle, unfortunately, that a lot of people in poverty and working class poor people, they're more dings, and it's more harder to get ahead because you pay so much more, right? It's like the celebrities don't pay for their things. They get it for free. And then the people who want to be like them have to pay, actually have to pay the money, right? Like Gucci's not giving, well, not that you want to use Gucci, but as an example, but so same thing with the credit. It's kind of like the people who actually need the credit, like they're paying the most for it because maybe their credit scores are not good. So the one thing that due to all this craziness in the pandemic and the CARES Act is that you have access to all three of your the credit bureaus. They usually only gave you your credit reports once a year for free. Now they're giving all three weekly. You can get your credit reports through April 2021. So you can go to annualcreditreport.com and that's the official site, and you'll be able to download from the official three credit bureaus your credit score. So that's step one, is to find out what they are.
Thank you.
step one. I mean, now you have the access to like check it more often. It's not going to ding you. Like it's available for you to check. And then you can kind of just see, okay, where am I? Like, and what's on my credit? Like if I have some things I forgot to pay, slipped away, how can I start to rebuild that? Right. You're going to have to, start reaching out to the collection agencies. I mean, they're probably reaching out to you already, and talk through like what the options are for you to get current. And so the credit journey, if you really are behind or, it's low, it can take a little time, but it's not impossible. Okay. It's not like one of those things where once it's low forever. You can fight back and get that higher again.
Got it. Okay. Question about credit. Because no tea, no shade to my mother. But my mom used to always say, okay, here's what you do. You get a credit card, you go to the store, you buy something like a bracelet, and you go home, you pay it off, and you cut the credit card up. And I was like, Ma, I don't know if that's how it works. So, because she wanted me to establish a line of credit. I don't have any credit cards. My Jeep that I drive, I own. I don't have any student debt. So I think she's trying to help me establish a line of credit, but I just don't know if that is the right way to do it. Have you heard of that? Does that sound wrong? No shade to my mother. It's fine.
Yeah, no, everyone's working with the best they can, right? So no shade to your mom. So honestly, with that, like there's multiple components that go into your credit score. One of them is the length of like your credit. Like that. So if you don't have like a long credit, so the longer you have accounts open, the better.
Okay.
But they're actually factoring that in. So if you keep probably opening and closing and it only shows you only had the account for a month or two, that's not really helping to bring your credit up. So you typically, like the longer you have a credit card open, like that's actually helping towards your score, or the utilization rate, right? There are all these things that are a part of it. So it's like, if you're not over 1% in utilization, meaning if you have $1,000 limit, but you're always under like 800, like there's an 80-20, I believe, rule. That I'm not too sure about that percentage, but I'm just saying like these are the things that help go into your score. Utilization, the age of your credit, all these things, like if you're current. So it's not just like one thing. But no, I wouldn't recommend that anyone like just opens card, like pay for something and then close it, because then you're not establishing like a long credit history. They want like the whole point is they want to make sure that you're going to be around to pay, and that you have shown you are a trustworthy borrower. So you're going to do that over time and your history of payments and all of that. So that's not the best way to do it, but I can see why like she thought that was, because she probably was like
buying yachts and things.
Right. She was just probably like, oh, I don't want to use this again and be in trouble. Whereas like you could literally just put it down and not use, like you put it in a drawer and like not look at it again. If that's kind of like, if you're tempted in that way.
Gotcha. She's trying to make sure I have self-restraint and I'm not out here cruising. Okay. Personnel is what I wrote down. Do you suggest artists work with a financial planner or advisor, or are you more of like, there's so many podcasts and so many books? What do you think we need?
I think you should know thyself. I think you know thyself and understanding like how you are, how you work, how you learn, how you're motivated. There's a lot of DIY. Like I DIY it myself. Like I have an accountant. I have someone who does my taxes, who helps me like, figure out the best ways to get the most bang for my buck at the end of the year. I don't have an advisor myself, but it doesn't mean that I won't get one, depending on how much my income is in a couple of years or how much assets we have. That might be still something I do. So I don't account it out. I think there's value in them. Find a fiduciary, someone who's not going to make money from them selling you a product. Their first line of priority is you. Because, sometimes it's like you'll talk to someone, maybe an insurance agent, and they're making money off the sale. That's why they're recommending you the product. And that's not necessarily the best, because you want someone who's going to be able to advise you for what's good for you, not what's good for their pocket, because they're getting a commission. So I don't think it's like a bad thing. I think a lot of it too is just like self understanding, because even if you get an advisor or a coach, right? Like I'm not an advisor, but like I'm more in the coaching space where I can like coach people to their goals and, coach them through certain areas, right? And it's habits, mindset, budgeting, all that I can help with. But you're going to want to understand all those things on your own anyway, even if you do get an advisor. So I think self-education through, even if like there's so many online free resources, like the podcast.
Because we're all subscribing to Journey to Launch as soon
as aren't you? But I think there's and I know that's overwhelming too, honestly. Like sometimes it's just too much. Like, come on, like yeah, you can just Google how to budget and there's like a million things that come up and you're just like, all right, I don't know. Right. But there's so much out there that if you are ready and serious about it, that you can at least start to educate yourself about like how to start. So that way, when it's time for you to select a coach or an advisor, because you know thyself, you might be someone that's just like me. I can't really work out on my own because I just feel like I'm just going to lay down. I'm not going to do this next push-up. I need someone to tell me what to do, kind of like when it comes to working out. I know myself. Same thing with some people with money. It's like, I need an accountability. I need someone who's telling me and helping me figure out this versus by myself. I've been trying to do this for myself for the last like 5 years and I haven't done anything yet. Right. So know thyself and how you work best. But then also make sure you're still educated to know when the person is like, telling you the right thing, or you can make educated decisions.
Love that. This just popped into my mind. Can you tell me about, once you saved that $169,000, what did it look like moving forward? Like in my mind, you went from like ramen to like Maine lobster and popping bottles. And I know that's not real, but did you like allow yourself to breathe a little bit, or everything that you were practicing to get out of debt, you like kept going?
So I think this is all right. When I started Journey to Launch, and I was getting all inspired by these people on it was like teachers. Like I remember listening to teachers like becoming millionaires after 20 years. And I'm like, how? Like if they could do this, I could do this. And so that's why we aggressively started saving. And again, our income helped like do that. I was working in corporate America. But honestly, this is why I think everyone should start the journey to financial independence, because when I started and we had the income and we were able to aggressively save. And by the way, a lot of that money went into retirement investing accounts. Okay. So tax advantage retirement accounts. It's not like we have 169,000 sitting in our savings account. It went to like, my 401k, my husband as a teacher. So this is the thing as a teacher, if you know any teachers and they have the income to support it, you can invest in 2 pre-tax retirement accounts. So he had a 403b and a 457. And I'm sorry if I'm throwing out like all these, like just write it down. And, like,
1, 2, 3.
And so we had so much space that we could invest in these retirement accounts that helped our income. So that's the other thing that rich people do. They use the tax code to their advantage. So we were able to lower our taxable income because we invested so much money in retirement accounts. So what happened was those first 2 years, we were able to do that. Got pregnant with my daughter on the 3rd year of the journey. And I knew immediately, because I started Journey to Launch by then, that I did not want to go back to work after my maternity leave. I was like, Journey to Launch, like it's making an impact. It's doing so well. I want to figure out a way to do this full time and give myself a chance to try it out. And so that 3rd year, instead of saving all that money to retirement accounts and investing accounts, we saved up enough so that I could do this full time. Like, because literally my husband's income does not cover our expenses. So I think that's another thing on the journey, right? It's like, it can change. Like when I first started, I thought I was going to like just work and grit it, like just for the next 7 years, even though it was like soul crushing a bit, work and get the money. And in 7 years, I could reach all our goals. But then I started the journey. I was like, oh, it's not worth it. It's not worth the next 5 years of my life, like not being happy and stressed out. So I pivoted and I changed the way when I say I, but we had to agree on this, that I was going to give up that 6-figure income and guaranteed money for a peace of mind. And the only reason I was able to do that was because I got into this journey. And so we ended up saving enough to where it could help cover our expenses without me worrying about like Journey to Launch making money. Got it. And that's kind of like the stage we're in now. So it's almost just like going through these steps, even though we're not financially independent yet. I have a level of freedom that I wasn't able to have before starting the journey. So that's kind of like the encouragement I give to everyone, where if you set your goal and it seems so huge, but then you're just like, what's the point of starting? Like there is a point, because each debt you pay down, each habit you create that helps you save more, each podcast you listen to that makes you, learn a new concept, like that all is building blocks to your next opportunity, to the next option you can then take.
Awesome. We're going to take a couple audience questions. Yeah. Miss Wade, Kiara Wade says, what's the best way to invest while riding the wave of a recession?
Yeah. So if you're able to still invest now, it's a great time. I know it's scary because like one day the market's up, one day it's down. But, there are a lot of the last like 2008, recession, like a lot of millionaires were made then when you invested at the down and like everything rebounded. And that's the thing, like, unless aliens come to collect us, which I won't count on at this point. Typically the stock market, even if it crashes, it goes back up. You only lose money when you sell. That's when you lose the money. So as long as you can stay within it and ride it out, like if you have money to invest, it's really just investing that over time. So like, don't get scared and say, I'm not going to invest my $10 this week because the market is down. Just keep on doing it. Because over time, it's going to bounce back. It's going to be worth more than it was 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. That's just how the market has worked and will continue to most likely work. So just whatever you're doing, if you're already investing, it's more just like keep doing that if you're able to. If you have extra money that you can invest more, do that too. Because again, that's more money you're putting into the market that can grow.
Got it. Ayana Reed says, are there any specific tax filing info things regarding being an actor or independent contractor that you could talk to us about?
I don't have any like specific, things. I mean, I think, being aware of like for me, having a business, so having a personal budget and a business budget is important, right? And so some people like kind of, even if they're good at the personal budget, the business budget is not something they're taking in account of. So, even if you're not hiring someone to do your business money, it's kind of like it's separated in another account. You're keeping track of who you are working. If you're working with other contractors, you're keeping track of that. Like you're organized, and they have like, apps that are not as expensive to help you do that as just like a contractor. And then if you can work with, if you don't know the tax code yourself, like a good investment maybe is to hire someone that at tax time can help you make sure that you're taking advantage of any write-offs or things that can help you, that they're earning their money because they're helping you save the money at tax time. So I would say like invest in that tax person that can help you figure out like the best tax strategy.
Perfect. Okay. My co-founder, Jocelyn Bio, says we have a question she's going to put on the screen because it's super long. So I'm going to do, here we go. Can you touch on some pitfalls of investments and what to do if or when you lose money on your investments? Sometimes it's inevitable. What's the best way to bounce back? From Chelsea Freeman. Hey girl, that photo is beat.
Yeah, that's a good question, honestly. So, that's like no risk, no reward. And again, I know there's different types of investments. Like if we're talking about like investing in like the stock market or index investing, it's like, it's not a loss until you sell. So that's why typically you're not investing money you need. You're not investing your emergency fund. Like you're not investing like aggressively. You're not investing your emergency fund or that money that you're about to buy the house with like next week. You want that money to be safe, right? Mm-hmm. So it's really like, if you can write it out, just let it go and like keep it in, maybe just don't look at it and let it just like bounce back. If it's more like an investment of like you're doing a project or just a house, like, right? Like people have lost money in houses. I think it's just one of those things where just understanding those kind of risks when you go in. So if you're about to make those investments, talking to people where not just the people who made it, but what it looked like for the people who didn't, just so you understand what the worst case scenario is. I always think about that. Like if I invest in this thing, whether it's a coach or a program or an investment, worst case, if I lost this all or it doesn't work out, where does that put me? I'm alive, like I can still pay my rent or bills. Okay, then I can consciously say, I'm just going to do this because the outcome to me is worth the risk. Like I rather it work, just like I made the decision about this whole job thing. I was like, okay, worst case, what's going to happen? These are the things, I get a job and at the end of 2 years, whatever. But the best case scenario is so much better. So I think I'd rather that. So I think just when you think of your investments in that way, then it helps you when maybe if things aren't going so bad, you say to yourself, well, I'm alive. I'm not, it's not that bad if you kind of thought through it already.
Perfect. Okay. We're in the home stretch. It's the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Jamila, is there anything that you're like, I need to leave you with this, or we forgot to talk about this, or anything in your mind that you just want to make sure that we hear before we log off?
I think we mentioned a lot of it already. I think the biggest thing is understanding that there's no shame, no matter where you are currently right now, there is no shame in it, but that there's a light at the end of the tunnel too. I think like money is such an important fabric of all our lives. Like it really is what drives us to do everything. And so understanding it, even if it's just awareness of where you are, is a huge step. And don't belittle those steps. Don't think, oh, it's not enough. I'm not going to save 169 a year. What's the point? Like, no. Like you'd be surprised how things, how much, not faster, because I don't want to say like things are just going to go fast for people, but when you take that first step, even if it's small, even if it's just creating the habit, even if it's listening, changing your mindset, following some accounts that inspire you, like to learn more, like that goes a long way. Those have compounding effects too, not just money. Money is not the only thing that compounds over time.
Yes.
The little decisions that you're making, showing up here, investing in yourself in little ways, like reading the book, all those things matter and they compound over time. So I just want to like leave people with that no matter where you are, in whatever position you're in, like you can get to a better place. You just have to start.
I'm going to do a personal recap for myself, because the first thing we got to work on, y'all, is we got to get our accountability partners. That really spoke to me, because I'm not, when it comes to like working out, I need to go to a gym and I need somebody to yell at me. I'm not going to do it at my house. I know, you know thyself. So I want everybody in the chat, if you see somebody in the chat that you know, sis, let's get our accountability going and let's work on our emergency fund, sis. Let's start saving all the alphabets, the Roth IRA. A lot of people I saw put up names of apps that they use online. They'll Stash, somebody Acorn. I saw that.
There's something they call YNAB. So I use that personally to help with budgeting.
Okay.
So there's so many apps, that there are out there to make this a little bit easier and that you can try. And again, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like the accountability partner you can do things like, all right, this week we're going to take inventory. Let's just, by the end of the week, and you don't have to share your numbers, you don't have to. It could be more just like, if you're comfortable in that way, fine. More power to you. Cause I think that's the other thing, like within the space, like when it's a free market, like sharing numbers actually helps, like, cause then, but let's just say you're not comfortable. You can just say, okay, task related. Did you, write down all your account passwords, and do you know where all this is? All right, did that. Next step, budget. Let's check out some budgeting apps. All right. Like you can kind of set, do like little challenges like that with each other. Like make sure that you're sticking to it.
Love. We're doing that. We're looking into investing. We're looking at high yield online savings accounts. I have so many. First of all, I just want to tell you, I feel like a genius right now. I feel, first of all, like a millionaire. I don't got no money, but I feel rich. Ha, that's a word. I feel rich in knowledge and in spirit, which is going to manifest into money. Hallelujah. Jamila, before we get off, tell everybody where they can find you, follow you. Do you have a book we can buy? Just all the things.
I wish I had a book.
Okay, it's coming.
That's on my vision board. A book. I want to write a book one day. But the best place, so you can go to journeytolaunch.com. But the best place is the podcast if you want to learn, if you're an audio learner. And we started to transcribe the most recent podcast, and we're going to like probably try to go back. So for people who need that like access, and maybe you're not an audio person, you just want to read, you could do that. But it can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, on the website. Just type in Journey to Launch.
And is that number 2 or T-O?
T-O. And make sure you're subscribed. It's free. So and it's just information you can receive. There's tons of episodes you can go through by topic to see kind of like, okay, what speaks to you first. And then also so I created a guide for people just in case like they're new to everything. It was like, all right, I don't know where to start with a podcast or with my journey. So I did create a free guide that you can, if you text launch to 33777, you can get. So launch to 33777, and you get the guide, and it just breaks down like where to start with the podcast, most top downloaded episodes, the stages of the financial freedom journey. So I think that's a good place for people. And then I'm on social media at Journey to Launch on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
I just typed launch to 33777, so I just hope y'all type.
Did it go through?
It's going through right now.
Okay.
Reply with your email address, and the free journey or jumpstart guide from Journey to Launch will be sent straight to your inbox, people. Let's go. Jamila, thank you so much.
Well, it was my pleasure, and I really hope this helped. And I'd love to stay in touch with everyone. Like, follow me. So by the way, anyone who's on this journey with me, I call them journeyers. So you all are my journeyers now. We're all journeying on this path together. So let's keep going.
Oh my goodness. This has been so wonderful, Jamila. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Everybody follow, like, subscribe, repost, retweet, follow Journey to Launch, Jamila Souffrant. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
See you later, guys.
Hello, everyone. Danielle Brooks here, and we are live. I see the little red thing. It says we are live. I'm really excited. Thank you all for joining us, and I want to say thank you to Jamila and Amber for the amazing finance segment. It was so informative, and I cannot wait to apply it. I also want to take a second to say thank you to our stage manager, Amani Champion. I see you, girl. You are killing it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's get started. All right. I'm a newbie when it comes to this producing thing. And I'm excited to even venture into this new title, as I'll say. And I had the honor and privilege to co-produce the hit Ain't Too Proud. And one of the reasons I decided to ask for that position and to be a part of the show was first because I was obsessed with Ain't Too Proud. The show was beautiful. So the passion was there, number one. But most importantly, I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn how to get these projects on their feet, the shows that I felt were worthy of a Broadway show. How can we get them seen? So I am very excited to introduce you to two Broadway producers that also produced Ain't Too Proud that I had the privilege of working with. One is Rashad V. Chambers. He is so dope, y'all. His credits include Betrayal, Ain't Too Proud, American Son, and he's also a talent manager and a lawyer, so he's doing it all. And he also graduated from Ohio State and Morehouse. And also, I would like to introduce you to Aaliyah Jones Harvey. Now, this woman right here is fierce because she is the only Black female lead producer. The only. That is crazy. So she just plays such an important role for us. And she's produced shows like American Son, Eclipse, Romeo and Juliet, Trip to Bountiful, Ain't Too Proud. The list goes on and on and on. So without further ado, I would love to bring them in the room. Welcome.
Hey, Danielle.
Hey, what's up?
My friend.
I see you both.
Hi, Danielle.
Hello, I can hear you both as well. I'm so happy to have you all here. So this segment was so very important to me because even though I'm just starting out, I consider myself an actor first. And the challenging part about being an actor is you're always waiting. It's a waiting game, waiting for someone to say yes to a project, waiting for someone to hire you, waiting for that phone to ring. And I think it's so important as Black women and Black people to have the knowledge and to learn how to create for ourselves and how to be our own yes people. And so I wanted to start with you, Aaliyah, and I'm just really excited, y'all. But Aaliyah, I've seen you, pretty much every show that I've gone to see, especially, Black shows, I go and there you are. And I'm like, who is this woman? Like, she's here at every show. And then I realized, oh my gosh, she's the producer. I just remember being in Color Purple and seeing you and just like being so in awe that you were one of the people making the decisions. And so to me, you are a shero, you are a trailblazer, and I hope that you can pass the torch to me one day fully. But one of the questions that I have is how do you even get a show to get on its feet? Like, you see a show you love, what are these steps to even get it on Broadway? Because a lot of people don't even know the basic 1, 2, 3.
Okay, well, I would say, first of all, hi everyone. Thank you to all of the women that organized this day. It's wonderful that this is happening right now in this time and space. So I'm excited to be celebrating Black women on Broadway. I would compare producing to being the CEO of a startup company, and with all of the responsibility of being the CEO of a startup company. And so choosing the right production to put your name on, I think is, one of the first things you have to work on, soul searching, figuring out why you want to produce and what kind of work you want to produce. And, I mean, there were only going to be so many Broadway shows each season. And so deciding what you want to be a part of is, I think, a key element of making those initial decisions. And then once you decide what kind of work you want to be a part of, you're either going to go down the road of developing new work or optioning existing work.
Okay.
And so if you're developing new work, that is an exciting adventure of finding, a playwright or finding a combination of a book writer and a librettist to write your musical. Creative people that you respect, that you want to basically enter a marriage with, because you're going to be working with them for an extended period of time while you develop this work. If you go the other route of optioning work, it's figuring out who holds the option, who holds the rights to the work that you would like to option to bring to the stage. And so that may require getting legal counsel to help you find out who holds the rights for that work. And that's the first step. So that's the first step, I say, is getting ownership of the rights to bring something to the stage, whether it's off Broadway or Broadway.
Nice. Rashawn, do you have anything to add to that before I hit you with a question?
No, that's pretty thorough. I mean, it really does come down to the property that you want to do. And some producers want to be involved from inception, and some, prefer to get in on the project a little bit later on down the road. But it really does come down to being able to sort of have an artistic vision for a project and working with the right people.
Gotcha. So aligning yourself with people that might have a similar mindset to getting that project made is important as well.
Yeah.
So my question to you, Rashad, is, and both of you, I'm going to ask you to answer first. There's no clear path to getting into producing, I'm guessing. And for you, what was your route to getting to this place?
Mine is a little complicated, but I'll try to keep it brief.
Okay.
For me, it was just really the desire to create. I love the idea of taking something from page to stage. So since I was a child, I wanted to be a lawyer, and that's like all I thought about from the time I was 13. And so everything throughout high school and college was about getting into law school. But then I also had this sort of innate interest in creating because my cousin was an actress and I grew up going to a lot of shows. And so I really just planned to move to New York after law school and be sort of lawyer by day, producer by night. And I spent my time throughout college and law school just really trying to soak up everything that I could learn about theater. And I would, work in the box office or be a house manager or do stage crew just so that I could understand all the nuts and bolts. And then I was a business major in college, so I understood, budgets and accounting. And then also, I learned about drafting agreements and negotiating and all of those things. And so I put all of those things together to sort of be this sort of informal MFA on my own to learn about producing. And so there are, I consider, two types of producers. There are co-producers who do a little bit more of the financial side, and their main responsibility is to raise money. And then there are creative producers, and those are the ones who do a lot more of what Aaliyah was talking about in terms of developing a show, optioning, finding writers, and et cetera, to be able to start producing.
This is all good stuff. So there's a difference between, because I think a lot of people don't understand that too. It's like there's so many different type of producers, and like you have your lead producers and your co-producers, and everyone's role is so different. And so, so thank you, Rashad, for sharing like your path to getting to it, which is pretty cool because like you kind of put everything that you knew together and your passion for it together, and here you are. But Aaliyah, how did you do it? Did you have a mentor to help you, you know, get to the level that you've been able to accomplish?
I let's see. There are a few things that contributed to me ending up producing on Broadway. One of them was a course that I lucked up on and took in business school on arts administration that was taught by Joseph Volpe. He was the general manager of the Metropolitan Opera at the time, and he was in the middle of negotiating with 17 unions that were all in a collective bargaining conversation about not bringing the Met back in that season. And so that was our case study, which threw me into live performance and all of the elements that go into the business of live performance. And so that was just a lucky coincidence because I had no idea that I would end up working in theater. And then my producing partner, Stephen Bird, we were pursuing some different business opportunities that we had in private equity. And he started talking to me about Broadway and producing on Broadway and doing an all-Black version of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And this was maybe 5 years after business school. I had been working at a hedge fund. So no, I'm not a millionaire. I saw Amber's question.
I was writing it down. I didn't know if you saw it.
No, I was not a millionaire when I started producing. And the only reason that I felt like I had the gumption to go out and raise money from high net worth individuals is that background that, you know, I had been working in a hedge fund, raising money for the hedge fund for those 5 years. So it was a transition that I felt comfortable making. But, you know, I think other people might find another way in, you know, just like Rashad talks about, another way into feeling comfortable asking people for large sums of money, which is what you will end up becoming if you want to produce on or off or regionally. You will have to get comfortable with asking people for large sums of money. But that, you know, that was the entree into it. When Stephen said, let's do an all-Black version of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, I think that day we were in our lawyer's office, Donald Farber, because I said, that sounds amazing. I want to be involved. Let's do this right now. And that was in 2006. It took 2 years to get that production up. So we went from concept to chasing actors around, to presenting ourselves to theater owners. Here we are. We were blessed enough to have several angels in the industry who brought us in the front door. Nina Lannon, who was the president of the Broadway League at the time, was our general manager. She immediately jumped on board when we talked to her about doing an all-Black version of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. She walked us into Gerald Schoenfeld's office, who was the president of the Schubert Foundation at the time. He didn't immediately say yes, by the way. He didn't say, oh, this has to be done on Broadway. He invited me to come sit in his class at Columbia. And so I did. I sat in his class at Columbia. And, you know, after several sessions, he asked me to talk to the class about our concept. And I said, well, we have this idea. of an all-black version of Tennessee Williams' Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And you know, our idea is that James Earl Jones would be Big Daddy, and Felicia Rashad would be Big Mama, and Terrence Howard would be Brick, and Anika Noni Rose would be Maggie. And so all the people in the class got really excited, and they were like, "Oh, this is amazing!" And so he got excited because they got excited, and eventually I remember the timing because all of the stars had to align for us to get our first theater. And it was a writer's strike in Hollywood, a stagehand strike on Broadway. So no TV shows, no new TV shows were getting made because there was a writer's strike in Hollywood. And all the theaters were closed because there was a 17-day stagehand strike on Broadway. And we got a phone call because 2 shows closed early based on that strike. And we were told we were called in November, and we were told you need to be in the theater by January 1st. That meant raising $3 million in 2 months, getting all of the cast to say, yes, we're going to do this in 2 months, getting the rehearsal space, getting the creative team all lined up.
Do that.
Ordering the sets, getting the sets built, getting the costumes working. And so it was just it was literally all of the stars had to align. Debbie Allen, who directed that production of Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, was amazing because she helmed all of those creative elements, and to this day hasn't gotten all of the credit that I feel is due to her for being able to pull off, okay, we need sets, we need lighting, we need costumes, we need we need all of it in 2 months. We need to be in a rehearsal room in 2 months. And so she did it. And, we were able to raise the money. It was our first time out the gate. I remember being at the first rehearsal, just kind of pinching myself, like, I don't believe I'm in a room with all of these people. and so naturally I caught the bug. After that production, I was just like, there's nothing else better than doing this, and so, yeah, that was 14 years ago.
Well, that's one hell of a story. Pretty amazing. But I know that there were so many challenges along the way. And when I hear you talk about raising $2 million, $3 million, whatever it was, that is not easy. And I'm curious on because when I entered into Ain't Too Proud, they had the money. I didn't have to raise any money. They were really using my name, if we're being real. And so I was there to learn, but I didn't get to because I ended up getting pregnant and I didn't get to go through that whole process as I wanted to. And so
congratulations. So excited. I kind of followed you on Instagram as you were going through all of the stages.
Yeah, it was real. And I wish I could have been at more of those meetings. But the thing that I want to know more about is the raising of the money. How do you do it? Is it a bunch of emails being sent out to rich friends, or is it, for just so that the women out here who don't know, the steps to take, what steps that they can take, even if it's not Broadway, even if it's regional theater or whatever else it is that they might want to achieve, what steps would you advise, both of you advise us to take to get that project made?
Do you want to start, Rashawn?
Sure, I'll start. First, shout out to you, Aaliyah, because she did the impossible. I mean, not only to pull that off, but for your first Broadway show to be a project that you're the lead producer on.
That's amazing.
It's really rare. It's like you talked about dipping your toes into producing. she didn't jump into the pool, she jumped into the ocean. So it's a really huge feat that she accomplished. So congrats, and it was a wonderful production. So Ain't Too Proud was the first show that I raised money for. And I was really passionate about that project because of, one, it was just amazing. You know, just seeing a reading of that, I was like, I need to be a part of this. And then when I saw everyone involved with the team, it made me even more excited because there were people of color, not only on stage, but the writer, the choreographer, the MD, like throughout the show. And I knew that there were also producers, you know, of color.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really got the greatest lessons in raising money because, you know, sometimes we make things deeper than they have to be. And it can be scary at first. You don't have to be rich to be a producer, but you do need to have some access to money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people who can afford to lose $25,000 or $50,000. That's all that's to it, really. But I would say the greatest lesson that I learned about asking people for money is that you have to remember that not only are people investing in the show, but they are investing in you as a producer. And I never considered myself a part of the equation. I just thought, oh, if they like the budget or if they like the subject matter or as the right star in the show. But then as I started talking to more and more friends and colleagues that were investors, I realized how much they had been watching me over the years. Or just the readings that I produced or the off Broadway thing or the concert. So, you know, don't think that it's Broadway or bust. You know, it could be a reading, it could be optioning a show, it could be a regional production. But really understand and be able to articulate your vision for the show and what you want to do and how you want to do it. And people will naturally see your excitement and your enthusiasm, and they will want to be a part of it. I was just talking to, like, I'm doing this thing. I wasn't pitching it to them. I wasn't asking them for money. And they were so excited for me that they were like, well, send me the information. And I'm like, no, it's okay. Like, no, I wasn't. And they were like, no, I want to be a part of that. And so I think that was the greatest lesson that I've learned throughout this journey in producing is really being true to yourself, using your resources and understanding how you are a part of the equation.
Nice. Thank you. That's someone says, wow. Yes. Investing in the show and you as a producer.
Yes.
Some good stuff here.
You're gonna get tools if you are interested in co-producing a show. Know that you are going to get tools to help you. So the way that productions are structured is they're structured as private placements. So in the investing world, you know, it is an alternative investment to, you know, the real estate investment that you might make, or an investment in some stocks or investment in some other thing. A private placement is an alternative investment vehicle. You will get offering documents, and these documents are what go to the people who you bring to the show to invest in it. And so they will have something that they can show to their attorney to review, to understand what all the rules are about how, you know, the money that they're investing can be spent. And so that's a part of creating some level of comfort for them in what is a risky proposition. And, you know, when Rashad talks about finding people that are willing to lose $25,000 to $50,000, even more if they're bigger investors in a show, it's understanding that this is a risky proposition because Broadway has its successes and its catastrophic failures as well. So when a show does really well, the upside is incredible, and it pays off many-fold over. And so that's why it is a risky proposition, but it's also quite lucrative for those that are a part of a really successful show. I mean, Ain't Too Proud, we've been celebrating with Ain't Too Proud for a few years now because we knew we had something great on our hands, you know, but all shows don't end up that way. And so a part of the conversation that you're having with investors is about the risk the risk profile of this type of investment, and that, you know, this has to be money, not the money that they need to pay the bills. So the investor that you're talking about is generally an accredited investor or high net worth, meaning they have $1 million of disposable income. They have $1 million of money that's not invested in their primary house, that they can use to invest in other things. And so when you think about the people that you might know, and you'd be surprised, you do know people who do have money, but, you know, you don't necessarily think of them like, oh, this person has money, that person has money, but you do know people who have net worth. And if you don't, or if you can't think of people, what I always tell people is the first source to go to is your playbill. Open it up. Look at the names that are listed above the title on the playbill. And particularly if it's a show that's similar to the show that you're trying to produce. So if you're trying to produce a play that's a drama, you know, that's a period piece or that's contemporary, find something else that's a contemporary play, and then open up that playbill or visit IBDB and look up the name of that play. It is the Internet Broadway database of all of the shows back to 1900. And you can see who produced it, who co-produced it. You can see the list of names there. And you would be surprised. Many of those names actually have an access point on the internet. You can Google them and find them and reach out to them and say, I'm doing this. And so to me, that's the lowest hanging fruit. They're already investing in theater. So you don't have to convince them that theater is a fun, exciting investment opportunity. They're already investing in theater. So that, you know, that hurdle you've already crossed. Now you've got to introduce them to yourself, you know, to you, and explain to them why you're the person they should be investing with. But
now I have a question. When I was on Broadway, I was so excited because it was eclipsed, it was shuffling along, it was on the row of Lion King in color purple, and it was so black. It was so beautiful. We almost had a cookout on the strip. We didn't do it.
We should have painted a mural. We should have painted a mural on our street, right?
Yeah, it was incredible. And then it just the next year died. And you know, what do you all think about that? You know, and how can we change that? Especially now that things are changing, especially with what's going on in the world, and being that we're in this big pause where Broadway isn't even on right now, and shows are closing. It was Catfish Row for real, Eric. And shows are closing. So that means there's room for new shows. But what do you all think about the fact that, you know, there's just one most of the time, and the one that is on Broadway is the one you two producing?
We need more creatives. You know, it's not enough just to have amazing talent. We need more Black producers, directors, writers, investors, designers, you know, to be able to have more shows. You know, I often get asked like, well, who are the Black producers? Can you put together a list for me? And there's like 10 of us.
Yeah, and if one finger.
You know what I mean? You know, it's so hard. And the ones on, you know, on Aaliyah's level, there's 3 or 4, you know what I mean? So I just think that we need more people in the industry to be able, well, yeah, really, but yeah, try to be generous.
Yeah.
But we just need more people creating. And I know that there are many, many, many people who are doing beautiful work who may not be getting the exposure. And a lot of people are being produced off Broadway, but now it's time that we can permeate the commercial space and letting the theater owners know that, you know, Black people want to see themselves reflected on stage. And I think it's going to start with just having more people involved.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do a little bit of a history check, and please in the chat correct me if I'm wrong here, but as I see it right now, I'm sorry, that's the telephone in the background, but as I see it right now, prior to Stephen and I doing Cat on a Hot Tin Roof in 2008, Ashton Springer, Black producer who had a prolific period during the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Harper, also the 70s with The Wiz.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ashton Springer, of course, brought Bubbling Brown Sugar and UB and No Place to Be Somebody and Cold Storage. And then the only other Black lead producer prior to Stephen and I bringing Cat on a Hot Tin Roof was Camille Cosby, who did one, she produced one show. She produced Having Our Say in 95. That's it in the history.
So what do you think? I was talking to another producer of color, not Black, but of color, and we were talking about this problem. And he was saying that he felt that we just needed more mentorship. And a lot of that mentorship, if there's only a handful of Black people or people of color that are producing, that really is going to come from, we need some white people to come help us, or not. Yes, help us. I feel like it's, if some of the producers on all of these, shows just said, you know what, we're going to take in someone and you're going to be under my wing and I'm going to teach you how to do this. I feel like that could help. Do you all think that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the Commercial Theater Institute is, a great resource, particularly if you are in a cohort that goes through the 14-week program. If you go through the 14-week program through Commercial Theater Institute, you will have a really strong basis of knowledge in how to produce what you're producing. But you will also,
14-week thing is, what is this?
The Commercial Theater Institute is run by Tom Vertel. It is loosely connected to the Broadway League, but not directly connected to the Broadway League. But they offer all kinds of courses all throughout the year that are about producing theater.
Okay.
The 14-week program is like an intensive,
Okay.
so they have a weekend program, but they also have a 14-week program that's an intensive. But what you come out of that class with is a group of other people who can co-produce with you, which is where it ultimately needs to go, is that you have a number of people who believe in your projects, who are willing to come on board and help you with raising the money. And I don't know, Rashad, how did you decide co-producing was what you wanted to start doing? I mean,
I started off developing work. So I spent about 10 years just, optioning plays and developing plays with writers and directors. And it wasn't until I got the right project that I was developing that I thought this could be on Broadway and this deserves to be on Broadway. But I haven't been on Broadway, so I need to start co-producing so I can learn. I don't think that I could have your fortune in just starting off with being a lead producer. So that was really what made me go I aggressively pursued Ain't Too Proud because I thought that would be the best learning experience for me, not only in terms of what the show represented, but I also thought I could learn a lot from the lead producers, Tom Hulse and Ira Pittleman. And it's very important to know who your lead producers are, to trust their leadership, because they have a $3, $10, $15 million production on their shoulders. So that was really the catalyst for me saying, okay, it's time for me to go to Broadway, because I want to take my career to the next level. And I thought that, you know, as I said before, co-producing for a lot of shows is just raising money. So there isn't a lot of creative aspects. Sometimes you can have the opportunity to go to a co-producer meeting or a marketing meeting and learn there, you know, but other than that, it's not really creative. But being able to learn under the right lead producers, they sort of become your informal mentor.
Mm-hmm.
Take the things that you learn from those meetings, like how are they running this press meeting or how are they running this marketing meeting? And you can sort of take the do's and don'ts, and maybe you didn't like what they did. You can finesse that to say, oh, you know what, I would rather communicate it in this way. There's no right or wrong, but I just think this would have been more my style. I think it's really invaluable to learning as an up-and-coming producer.
There's so much. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just getting excited about all
I'm just going to add to that. So when I said go in the playbill, on the title page, the page with the title on it, in some fun font, their names above the title, those are all the co-producers. The lead producers will usually be the first name or the first group of names, and then all of the co-producers. And so co-producers make a commitment to the production. Mm-hmm. And so that's a serious element of stepping into that space. On Broadway, you're talking about committing. It's usually $250,000.
Just to be a lead producer.
To be a co-producer. Mm-hmm. I've been a co-producer on one show where the minimum was $400,000. But most of the time, you're making a $250,000 commitment. So if you thought about, you know, raising money for a politician or raising money for, you know, a new restaurant that's opening, you have to break that up. $250,000. Are you going to find 5 people to give you $50,000? Are you going to find 10 people to give you $25,000? Are you going to find 25 people to give you $10,000? And that's how, you know, you would start to think about, is this the kind of show I want to make that commitment to? Because when you make that commitment, you're telling the lead producers, you can count on me for $250,000. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to go find that money someplace else. They're going to count on you to bring in that money. And you're staking your reputation on being able to bring in that $250,000 to that production.
Nice. Now, because you've been a lead producer, a lot of people don't know that, or something that I just discovered along the way the last few years, is that the lead producer is the one, and tell me if I'm wrong, but has to go to the Broadway owner. So they're the one who has to basically convince the Broadway owner this show is worth putting on Broadway. So how many owners are there? And are there any, and I'm guessing I already know the answer to this. There aren't any Black owners.
You saw that petition. You saw that petition going around for the Apollo, right?
So, like,
well,
what do you?
That's what that's about. That's what that's about. I have to applaud the Broadway Advocacy Coalition for the amazing forum they put together. Was that just no, that was 2 weeks ago. I don't know. All the time is jumbled up now. So I just have to applaud them for putting that together. But I think that's what the conversation has to get to eventually.
Mm-hmm. There are 5 theater owners.
Yeah.
There are 5. There are 41 theaters.
Or is it 42? It's 41?
41.
41, okay.
We just added one, the Hudson Theater, about 3 years ago.
So 41 houses, 5 owners, and we have to convince them, you know, that our shows are worthy, which kind of sucks in the long run because that's how it ends up being only one show of color on Broadway plus Lion King, because that's going to be there first.
It's hard for everyone. You're really hoping that a show closes so that your show can open. I mean, you know, and some shows are limited engagement, so they're only planning to run for 16 weeks. Other shows are open-ended, and so they're hoping that they can get that Tony nom or that Tony win that will fuel more people coming to see the show. But at the end of the day, yeah, you're just fighting for slots, and it's about whether they think your show can make money, whether they like you as a lead producer, you know, who's in it, all of those things. So it's a little bit cutthroat, but it's about passion, because as a producer, one of the biggest things that you also have to decide is what is the right size theater for your show. So you can have this amazing production, but the only theater that's open is the Broadway, which is like 2,000 seats, and your show really should be in a theater that's 1,000. You're not going to make the decision to move forward because you will sink.
And yeah, because you'll end up losing money because maybe you can't fill the house.
You can't fill it, right? There's only certain theater shows that can fill, you know, 2,000 seat theaters. So that's another crucial decision that you have to always consider as you're moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to that point, the trend now is smaller houses. I mean, you look at, so I was a co-producer on Romeo and Juliet, which was now I'm gonna totally blank on the theater, but it's in the theater. Well, the whole point is that it was in the same theater that Hamilton is in now. So you go from a play in that theater to a musical in that theater. Thank you, the Richard Rodgers. so the Richard Rodgers is the size house that musicals are attracted to because they can pack that house, and then they can start increasing the ticket prices, and then they can charge premium prices for a larger number of tickets because there are only so many seats in that small of a house. So the trend now is for the musicals to go into playhouses, and it's making it that much more difficult to get into the smaller houses for plays. And then when you envision musicals, do you envision a musical that's so big that it will fill a 2,000 seat house?
Can we talk a little bit about marketing? Because that's also a part of producing too. And I feel like a lot of the times people love to say, oh, well, we can't afford the theater and we don't, you know, we won't show up and stuff like that. But a lot of what I think is not actually marketed to, there ain't no Broadway posters out in Harlem. Like, I feel like we don't spend enough time, you know, reaching for them to come unless, you know, it's Denzel Washington that's going to be on the playbill, or Sam Jackson or something like that. So I'm just curious on what you all think about how we can get more people of color to see Broadway shows. I know it's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it just really comes down to your outreach, and not just going to the same old list, but being really strategic and finding ways to tap into other areas. And for Ain't Too Proud, we had our marketing team, but we also had someone who specifically focused on Black marketing and who worked on, you know, reaching out to some of the Black churches, who worked on maybe doing publications like, you know, Ebony, or, you know, that wouldn't usually do press for a Broadway show, but really expanding so that there's more visibility on the show. And I think that that's important. I don't think that we should only market Black shows to Black people. Like, we should, you know, market all shows, but it really just comes down to the budget, one, and two, intentional outreach.
That's
and
right.
So, like, who do you think is the right audience for your show?
That's very true. But I also feel like, Rashad, white people gonna come. They just they gonna show up. That's their thing, you know, but it's also our thing too. Like, I love the theater, you know, and I will pay premium prices if I could afford it or not. I would try to my darnest to get that money
For the right show. Yeah.
Mhm.
For the right show.
Yeah, for the right show.
Right. I think it's just a matter of having your producers and your marketing team, your advertising team, being very specific about what they want and not. I think that a lot of times they go for the low hanging fruit. Like, we're going to go for the people who always come to the theater, and then we're going to go for the tourists.
Right.
Put a middle ground. Like, how do you get them the family of four who may just want a night out? You know, how do we get them to know about the show?
Mm-hmm.
But then how do we also allow them to be able to afford it? Because, you know, a family of four comes to a Broadway show, that's $600, and they haven't eaten anything, they haven't gotten there, you know. And so I think these great initiatives that are like, we're going to have discounts during our preview period, or we're going to have this group sell target initiative to AKAs or Deltas, or, you know, Black MBA Association, you know, just really being specific and thinking outside the box, I think is a great way to be able to market to sort of untapped demographics.
Yeah, I definitely think we have to start thinking out of the box too. I totally agree with you. You know, one of my ideas that I talked to one of my friends about was, you know, we do the it's slipping my mind. Y'all can help me with this, but the buckets after every show to give, you know, it's like we ask the audience for money to give to Broadway Cares. And I mean, they raise boo-hoo money. They could probably start a whole nother Broadway show from this money that they raise. And I feel like I would love if they could start to pour some of that money back into our communities and find a way, even if it's for the youth, to say, okay, look, we're going to use this money to do 50% off tickets or something like that, that could really start to help us to get more diversity even in the theater. And something like so if we have any audience questions, Jocelyn, help me out with this, because I don't know where I'm looking here for these audience questions. Let's see. I think we have a few though. If anybody has a question.
Well, they can drop it in the chat, right?
Y'all see it? Okay, because I'm okay. Oh, somebody.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
I'm not
I might
sure.
not be able to ask questions.
Getting them for us. So while we wait, I had a few fun questions for you all that aren't as serious. And this is like lightning round. So, milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
Milk.
Milk chocolate.
Indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
Depends on the season. Indoor.
Play or musical?
Musical.
Plays.
Oh, original Color Purple or revival Color Purple?
That's a trick question.
I'm gonna go with the revival for, you know.
You better go with
I love them both though.
They both were very special.
And very different for all the people that missed the revival because they thought it was the same thing.
Yes.
They were very different.
Did producers ever tell what shows they wanted to get made that weren't, that they didn't fall all the way, make it?
Like something that they wanted to
Wait,
do.
I'm sorry to the interpreter because I feel like I'm not making sentences. So
Are you asking a show that they wanted to be on and didn't get a chance to do it?
Yeah. Anything?
I'm still trying to make them. So
right.
I would think that would be the answer. Yeah, there's a few that I definitely want to do more original stuff. Yeah. Especially in this time. But I'm waiting for these questions. I see 1 second getting them for us. Can you hit us one at a time, maybe?
Well, while that's waiting, I'll put in a plug. I always do. If you're thinking about producing and you want to get a breadth of knowledge, I think that the general management route is the most effective way to learn everything about a production. Because if the lead producer is the CEO, the general manager is the COO, the general manager creates the budget based on the theater that you're going into, the cast that you have, you know, what the script dictates, what the creatives are saying as far as set and costumes and lighting and sound. But the general manager is going to create that budget, is going to do contracts with all of the vendors that are going to create all of those elements. And then they're going to make sure all of those people get paid. And so if you want a bird's eye view, that is an excellent way to get knowledge of all aspects of the industry. And you can apply to work as an intern in a general management office. You can see the general managers the same way you see the producers on IBDB. For Broadway, for off-Broadway, you can reach out to the theater that's produced or presenting the show to find out if they have opportunities for internships. If they don't, encourage them to have opportunities for you to intern there, because this is the time when everyone's saying they want to do things to improve diversity in our industry. And so this is the time when these doors should be open for people to learn.
Definitely. Thank you for that, Aaliyah. So we have this one question. It's sort of an answer, but we can get into it a little more. The differences in producing, co-executive and lead. So I'm gonna let y'all answer, because we've kind of, I did the executive, you've done co, and you've done lead. So
I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. Lead producer, as Aaliyah said, is like a CEO. They basically are in charge of creative and financial. They hire every single person, and they, you know, pick the co-producers. They also like hire the director, all of that stuff. And they are responsible for, if the show is in performances and they start running out of money and ticket sales are not happening, the lead producer is on the hook. If they want to keep the show going, they're going to get a line of credit or try to get some other investors, or they're going to make the decision to close the show. Co-producers generally are under the lead producer. You can have between 1 and 4 lead producers. Co-producers, you can have as many as you need to raise the money. Co-producer's main responsibility is raising money. And an executive producer, there are a couple of different roles. Sometimes it's like something like what you did, Danielle. You were brought on a show to help bring more visibility to it. A lot of times the general manager can also serve as executive producer if the lead producer may have like more than one show a season and can't be as hands-on as they normally would be. They may engage an executive producer that can help run the day-to-day duties of a show.
You did that. Janelle says, what is the biggest mistake you have made as a producer?
Oof.
They're like, none. Did that.
I don't know. I mean, I think everything is a learning experience, but
is there people that you didn't reach out to that you wish you could have gotten or made?
Always.
Yeah, always. I think maybe, I don't know, not trusting my gut and maybe moving forward with something a little sooner than it was ready. That's probably something that I learned from. I don't know if it was a mistake, because ultimately I learned a lot and it was a great experience, but I thought, maybe we should have waited, because then it would have been a little less stressful in terms of all the money, and being able to do it the way that I really wanted to.
Okay.
I have 2, but I would say moving too soon on a production, which for me meant making casting decisions that we didn't necessarily want to make, but just deciding we have a theater for this time period, so we're going to move forward. And then the second one, so there's moving too fast, but then the second one I would say was moving too slow on opportunity, where I knew I wanted to co-produce something when I saw it at a reading early on. And for people that are considering co-producing, know that the earlier stage that you get involved with a production, the better deal you can negotiate for yourself for being that finder of the money. So if you come on board a production as a co-producer, you know, while they're still drafting the script, while they're still doing rewrites on the script, you're early on. So you may be able to negotiate a higher percentage of the profits of the show on the back end for yourself as the person who found the money for that show.
Yeah.
Now, if you come on the show when it's, you know, already being developed at a regional theater, that may be later on, and you may be negotiating a completely different deal for yourself as a co-producer. So I do have those instances where I was like, oh, I knew that was going to be a hit. I saw it early. I got so excited about it. I should have gotten involved earlier. So,
Can you tell us what those were?
I'm not telling.
Well, thank you so much. I think we have one more that we have time for. Let's see. What is the realistic amount of money to start investing in a Broadway show? Like, what if you only have like $5,000?
I would say get 5 friends, or get at least 4 other friends.
Yeah, you can be in a group together. It depends on the show. Each show has a minimum investment, which they call a unit. For the most part, it's $25,000. Some producers will take half units or quarter units, depending on where they are in the fundraising process. But either save up until you can put in a little more, or go in with a group. You know, you guys can form an LLC, and you can each put in $5,000 under one name and have one person manage it, and be able to invest together if you really want to start off with smaller amounts.
This is so good. I can't wait to rewatch this. I'm gonna just be like writing all this stuff down. Thank you so much for your wisdom and for your excellence that you both bring to this thing that we all love so much. And I'm just grateful to know you both and to be following behind you all, and to feel that I, you know, can call and lean on you with questions that I might have. So thank you both. And if there's anything else that you want to say, please feel free. And if not, I think that's a wrap.
Thank you for having us.
Thank
I feel like we
you.
could talk for hours and hours and hours, but
Yes.
this is just scratching the surface. But I hope that this is the start of many more conversations, and that we can collectively put together some sort of program or mentorship to be able to usher in more people into producing.
Definitely, definitely. Well, Black Women on Broadway, we'll be calling you again.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Rashad. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
My pleasure.
Thank you to our interpreter.
Thank you.
Hey there, what's up? Black women on Broadway. Samantha, our interpreter there. Thank you so much. Hey there, what's up? Black women on Broadway. Samantha, our interpreter there. Thank you so much. Here we go. Hey there, what's up? Black women on Broadway. I'm hearing myself giving a little feedback, so I just want to make sure you guys are not hearing that, and then we'll get started. I'm hearing myself giving a little feedback, so I just want to make sure you guys are not hearing that, and then we'll get started. I'm hearing myself. 1 second. Let's see if there's anything that I need to do in order to eliminate that. Let's see. That helps. I've been streaming the event all day, so I had it playing in the background. What's up, Black women, men, whoever is here who has a desire to learn how to take your self-tape game to the next level? Thank you for your time, your patience, and your focus. Thank you to Danielle. Thank you to Jocelyn. Thank you to Amber Iman for your time and energy in putting this together. And thank you for opening up a platform for me, Leland Duran from Leland Duran Studios. I'm super excited to get started. So we are talking about what it takes to take your self-tape game to the next level. I'll talk about it from a technical standpoint, and then I'll talk about the acting element of a self-tape. And then we'll open it up for some questions. So what do I need to make a great self-tape? First of all, what is a self-tape? A self-tape is, it's an audition tape that you basically are sent away to make on your own in order to book a job. And we're in a day where, especially since we're in COVID and the pandemic situation, where casting directors are not bringing people in, it's important to know how to make a great self-tape. A self-tape that will stand out and will book you the job, most importantly. And so how do we do that? First, the technical elements. You need great lighting. Great lighting for a great self-tape, because we need to see what you're doing. How can I get great lighting? We have 3 options. We have a 3-light kit set up. Let's talk about a 3-light kit setup. If you have paper, pencil, pen, write this down. 3-light kit setup has a key light, which is your main light source, which is always going to be set up the closest to you, right? Then you're going to have what is called a fill light. The fill light is a light that's a little further away that is usually picking up the other side of your face. So if I have my key light here, it's not going to be this close. So I'm just kind of giving you an example. It won't be this close, but I have my key light here. I have my fill light a little further away on the opposite side of my face. And then I have my hair light. I don't have any hair, but I have my hair light above me. Then I'm lit as if I'm in a film. Light is coming from all around. How can I get a 3-light kit? Super simple. You can order one on Amazon. You can look it up depending on your budget. There are going to be a number of different kits that you can buy. The lighting is soft. You're looking for soft light. You don't want really to have hard light on you. And you'll need the stands for those. The stands will come in the 3-light kit. So just Google 3-light kit. Go to Amazon, go to B&H if you're in New York, go to your local camera store, camera local lighting store. You can ask anyone about a 3-light kit setup. That will give you a film look, right? Okay, so then we'll go to a ring light. A ring light is a light that is just like it sounds. It's a circle that allows you to set your camera usually in the center of that circle so that there's a light all around your face so that the light is even. A ring light usually provides like a beauty light. It's like a glow. It helps to lift the skin. And usually the light from that is balanced. It doesn't necessarily cover your whole backdrop, but as long as we can see your face, which is most important, I think that we're good there. So a ring light can also be purchased on Amazon. It can be picked up at B&H. Adorama. These are all like camera, audio, and lighting stores that I'm listing. Or if you don't want to leave home because we're in the middle of a pandemic, you can order it on Amazon. A good old ring light on Amazon might cost you $79, $89, 100 and something bucks. You don't need to spend a whole lot, okay? All right, all right. So lighting, we also have natural light. Natural light is great if you have a space in your home, in your small room, or you have big open windows, setting your backdrop up, not too far away from a window will give you really, I feel, some of the best light. A lot of times you can't beat natural light, especially if you're getting enough of it in your space. A lot of time that light is gonna be pretty even. So yeah, so my 3 suggestions for lighting setups: a 3-light kit, which is gonna give you lighting that looks like a film from above and the sides. One is gonna be closer than the other because it's the key light, it's that main light. The other one is gonna be fill light, just filling in the shadows on the other side of the face. And then the light from above that's gonna just help that hair stand out and separate you from your backdrop. Awesome, hope that's clear. So one more time. Oh, and natural light, which is just from the window. Yes, natural light is wonderful, Kendra. Okay, great. So let's talk about the camera, because you need a camera to shoot the self-tape. If you're not going to a studio where they'll probably already have some fancy DSLR or cinematic camera, because it's a professional studio, if you don't have that, you can use your phone. You can use a nice camcorder that might shoot 4K that you're not spending a ton for. Most casting offices use small camcorders because it's easy to take the footage off of them. The files are usually not that large. So nice small camcorder. Your phone is always great. You'll need to get a bracket, something to hold the phone in so that it's steady, because you don't want it to move. You don't want to have your friend reading and trying to hold the camera for you, because it will be a distraction from your audition. Yeah, and also if you go to your settings in your phone and you go to, I have my iPhone. iPhones are great for self-tape video. You go to your phone, you want to go to camera on your phone in the settings to camera, and you can explore going to 1080p, it's high definition, and then at 30 frames per second or 24 frames per second will give you great video quality, right? 24 frames per second. I don't know if you guys can see that. 4K at 24 frames per second is a great frame rate to shoot your videos on, your audition videos. So I went to settings, camera, and I changed the frame rate or speed to 1080p at 24 frames per second. Yeah, so the phone is good. Let's talk about sound, which is extremely important, because you can act, you can be seen, but if we can't hear you, you're not gonna book the job. And how do we get great sound? If the phone that you're shooting on, if you're using a phone, is close enough, usually that will do, right? But let's take that a step further. A lapel mic, you can get a lapel mic that will actually work with the iPhone. You can purchase a professional lapel mic that might cost you a little bit more, that you use an outside recording source for it, which means you'll have to take the file from a smaller recorder that you're using to plug your more boom situation mic into, or lav into, and, well, this can go actually right into the camera. This is more of a boom mic that can go into a DCLR. It cannot go into a phone. You would need a separate device if you were using something like this, or really professional lapel mic, right? Great, but this will go right into your DSLR camera. This is a Canon, let me get in the frame. 5D Mark II that I use sometimes. It makes great self-tapes. And I use this boom mic that I set right above my head and out of the frame to pick up the sound. With my phone, I usually just use either the mic, the sound coming from the phone, or I'll have a separate source for sound, which is usually a small recorder that I'll plug a recording device into, but then I have to sync that file later, which can be challenging. So I would recommend finding something that you don't have to take that extra step. You don't have to be the editor when it comes to sound and sync the sound. You just have it coming right from the camera, because I've hooked my professional directional mic or boom mic right into the camera. A directional mic also can sit right on top of the camera. A good one that I like to use is called Rode, R-O-D-E, a Rode mic. It can be ordered online. It's gonna be great. I think if you have even if you don't have a full frame camera, but it's still a nice, it's a real camera, whether you're shooting video or photos with it, you can set a directional mic on top of that and it will sync the sound for you. Great. Okay, that's a little bit about sound. And we can ask questions about all of this at the end. Okay, let's talk about the backdrop a bit. Backdrop should be gray or blue. I strongly suggest gray or blue because these colors help you pop, help you stand out. They complement the skin tone very, very well. It's what you'll find in most casting offices. Where can I get a backdrop? Okay, you can take what you got and make what you want. You can paint your wall either blue or gray, or you can order on Amazon or go to a local camera or video or photography store and order a backdrop, right? Savage, this company here, is who I use. And so you can Google them online, Savage, or go in the store and ask for a Savage seamless paper or backdrop paper, which is what's right behind me. This is a gray that I have behind me. And the colors that I like to use, you'll see like Savage has so many different colors, right? What color should I choose? I would go to the gray section. They have a smoke gray, which is darker. Here they have a slate gray, which is good. I would not go the charcoal gray. Do not go the charcoal gray. Focus gray is good. So slate gray, focus gray. They have a TV gray. Or fashion gray. Fashion gray is really good. Fashion gray is also really good for photo shoots. I like to use fashion gray a lot. If you go to Leland Duran Studios and you see my photos, a lot of my headshots are shot on fashion gray. And I love people of color to show up on a little fashion gray. So, boom. And as far as the blues go, sky blue is good. Sky blue is good. Even this blue jean can be good down here, or ocean blue. Let's see, or studio blue. I think that's a great blue. Awesome. Okay, great. Let's talk about for a moment where we're going into this tech stuff, and I'm telling you to set it up, but I want to go back and say, I think as actors, it's extremely important for us to have a space to go to self-tape, because we're getting to self-tapes at the last minute most of the time. Sometimes you have a day to turn it all around, sometimes 2 days if you're lucky to turn it all around, but usually you don't have much time. So you want to put yourself in a situation where it's not super stressful, right? And if you already have your setup at home, if you already have your lighting set up, you already have your backdrop up, all you have to do is work on the text. You're also going to have to know who your reader is, who's reading. You're going to have to be a good, nice person to get a friend to come over that you can tag team and read with. Because your reader is extremely important too. But having a space that you can go to in your home, I feel, is key. I think it's important that we as actors also practice on a daily, just like a professional basketball player, football player, figure skater, a gymnast is going to practice. We have to practice. And where do we go to practice? I think if we have a self-tape set up in our home, we can go there and we can grow, we can get better. That's how you book the job, right? Practice makes perfect. Let's talk about what you wear. I would avoid wearing the same color as my backdrop. I would also avoid wearing anything that's going to be distracting. What do I mean by distracting? Anything that doesn't add to the character that you're playing. The role that you're going in for, I would consider to be a distraction. A lot of the time in television and film, I think it's great if you make the picture as clear as possible for me, right? The picture in the frame as clear as possible. How do you make the picture in the frame as clear as possible? Through your wardrobe, wear something. If I'm going in for a nurse, maybe I should already have in my closet, maybe I should already have a top that a nurse would wear, or scrubs like a doctor would wear. Maybe I invest in that. I invest in myself as an actor. In my closet, I feel like it's great for actors to have the wardrobe for various archetypes. If I know I'm going in to play a lawyer, I need to have my blazer, my 1 or 2 blazers that I know look good on me in my closet, already pressed and ready to go, because that's something I don't want to worry about on the day of the audition. If I'm going in to play a mother, what are the tops that look best on me? If I'm going in to play a teenager, what's that shirt that looks cool on me? So think about the archetype and all of the different roles that you've been in before you've been considered for. You can ask friends, what are roles that you think I might be great for? And just have those looks already set aside so that you're not scrambling within the 24 hours to memorize lines, do the whole setup at home, or find a studio to go shoot in. So invest in yourself by stocking your wardrobe, having your costume changes already on hand. And then if you get something that you don't have a look for already, then hey, you get it this time and you have it for the next, right? Amazing. Okay, let's talk about the reader. The reader. When doing a self-tape, you have to have someone else reading the lines with you. That person should not be in the frame. That person should be standing beside the camera, and that person should also, to the left or right, and that person should also be speaking at a lower volume than you, right? So if you have that directional mic, a microphone that's sitting right on top of your recording device, pointing and looking at you, already you're doing yourself a favor, because with that microphone, because it's going to pick you up the loudest, because it's looking directional, is like towards you, it's focused on you. But you could still ask the reader to mind their volume, right? That reader should also be supporting you and not trying to outact you. You know, it's your scene, right? Let's see, great. And that reader, it would be great also if they were willing to operate the camera for you if you're recording from home. So maybe if you found a friend and you guys know how to operate the cameras that you use because you help each other do your self-tapes, great. Master that so that it doesn't get in the way on the day, right? Already have your levels set. Like before you get an audition and you're creating a new setup for yourself, go and just check the levels and take notes like, oh, this is the level that I was recording on. These were this is where I had the ring light turned to this. It was this warm, or it was this cool, or I placed it here. Once you get the perfect setup, take a picture of it, spike it on the ground so that you know what it is. You know what that look is for you so that it's consistent, right? Awesome. Let's see. So I talked a little bit about sound. I talked a little bit about lighting, about the camera, about your backdrop, wardrobe. Let's talk about eye lines for self-tape. Eye lines are extremely important because it's just you in the frame. And so the information that we're getting from your eyes, your facial expressions, your sound. That's how we know what's going on. That's how we know what's on the other side of the lens, right? That's how we know who you're connecting to. If there are more than, if there's more than one person in the frame or in the scene, I'm sorry, I would place those people on opposite sides of the camera, right? Opposite sides of the camera. Say my camera is right here. I'm looking into the camera. I want to go here or here, right? Here or here, looking or connecting with my reader. And also it's helpful to, like, if my reader is here, I want to turn my body a little away and then turn back with the head a little bit because it opens my face up to the camera. We also want to stay between I would say 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock. So 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock, we don't want to put characters outside of the frame because then you lose my eyes, right? Bam, you're not connecting to anything and the eyes are the way in. So let's say 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock, place everybody within 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock. If you have 3 different people in the scene, maybe you put 1 on the right side of the camera, 2 on the left side of the camera, but you don't have to make it such a drastic move, make it subtle. Here I'm looking at, I'm not doing a very good job there. I would say here I'm looking at one person and here I'm looking at another person. Or on the other side of the camera, I go to my other person. And this is something that you should practice before you have the self-tape. Before you have the self-tape, eye lines is something that you should just get used to. Even if you have to, in your space, in your studio, and make it part of your rehearsal, your practice time, it's like, okay, today I have a scene where I am talking to 4 different people. Oh my God, this is stressful, right? I don't want to have to do this on the day and I only have 1 reader. So where am I going to put these other people? Create, even if you have to cut pictures out of magazines and place people on the wall, practice your eye line stuff so that you're not doing it on the day. A figure skater would never go and try to do a triple sow cow on the day, right? So actors, we cannot wait to practice our eye lines on the day because the eyes are the way in, right? Awesome, 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 awesome. Okay, that's a little bit about eye lines. And then we can touch base on some more regarding eye lines if you have questions. Great. Let's talk about the acting. What I do when I get an audition from my agent. A lot of the time you're going to get a breakdown that will describe the character. And sometimes if you're lucky, you'll get some notes from casting giving specific things. But a lot of the time you don't get much. So it's up to you, the actor, to make strong choices based on the information that you've been given, right? The information that you've been given in the scenes, whether it's 1 scene or 2 scenes. First thing you want to do is read the scenes, right? And when I say read them, really read them. Sometimes we skim scripts, sometimes we read but we don't really process. And therefore there's opportunity left to miss beats and miss moments, right? So I get my script and I want to analyze the script, right? I analyze the script. What does analyzing the script look like? Everyone's process is different. These are a few things that I feel are important in the process of analyzing a script. 1, where does your script start? What is the emotional value at the beginning of the scene and at the end of the scene, right? Is it positive or negative? Am I in a good place? Am I winning today? And then by the end of the scene, like, I've lost all my money. I went gambling and I'm broke and things are not going well. Did I enter the scene like with the promise of marriage and now I found out my wife wants a divorce? Where does the scene, how does the value of the scene change from the beginning to the end? You need to identify that. If it doesn't change, it seems like it's a non-event, like nothing has happened, right? So we want to see, where are you at the beginning and where are you at the end? You can mark those values with a plus or a negative, right? Positive or negative value. Scenes normally go from positive to negative, or negative to positive, negative to double negative, or positive to double positive. That's just informative information that helps me know, okay, all right, I know I'm in a better place at the end of this. Great. Now, what happens from moment to moment? It's important to write down what happens. Oh, she walks in, the script might say she walks in, she sits her purse down on the table, and she hears a strange noise. I'm totally making this script up. She hears a strange noise before the other character even speaks. But what happens many times is actors will either start their self-tape ready to go, looking at the reader like, what? But they haven't even taken in the moment before or invested in the moment before. It's important, extremely important, that you invest in the moment before. And what does that look like? It means taking in, where was I right before my first line, right? What was I doing? How was I feeling? And go through that. And if the script isn't giving you much, then you create it, right? It's better to start a scene from a more specific place of truth and honesty at the very top versus a general, I'm ready to act and perform, right? So if she walked into her apartment and she sat her purse down and then she heard a strange noise, she's listening for that noise before the reader talks. So you don't have my eyes in the camera yet, right? Because I'm like, what the hell was that? And then the reader's like, hey, and then you're like, oh, what's up? How you doing? Right? So even that amount of clarity, I think, is going to set you up for a win, right? It's going to set you up to play moment to moment. But if you've missed the first moment or failed to get specific about the first moment, then you're not off to a good start. And I'm probably, as a casting person, not gonna watch very much of that tape because somebody made the choice to be specific on the last 5 takes that I saw. And I have like several hundred more to watch. So, right. Okay, so the moment before is extremely important. I like to say to actors, where's your breath in the moment before? It also reminds us to breathe. Like, we don't know what's about to happen. We just know the first moment is happening. And then every time we try to go on the journey and react in the moment, right? So don't play the end of the scene, right? Playing the end of the scene will not get you the job. Great, okay. Invest your work in the other. When I say invest in the other, I'm saying your scene partners, right? The person that you're trying to get your objective from, your objective, that thing that you want, that thing you've identified during your analysis, right? Work, reading the scene and say, okay, what am I here for? What am I listening for? Am I waiting for an apology? Am I waiting for her to give me the money? Am I waiting for directions? Am I trying to get my cell phone back that somebody stole? You know, why am I in the scene? That's extremely important to identify, right? That's part of your analysis. What is my objective? And as you work moment to moment towards that objective in the analysis process, because acting is doing, we do things all day in order to get what we want, right? You have to identify those things in the script. How do you get that objective? Through actions. A great source for figuring out what actions might work best for you is the Actor's Thesaurus. This is a great book that has action verbs in it that will help you get specific about what it is that you're doing from moment to moment versus just saying lines, right? Sometimes we as actors get lazy and sometimes if you're a really good actor, you've been doing it for a while, you know that feeling when you're locked into doing, right? But sometimes it's still to step back and analyze it, see it on the page, even if it changes in the moment, right? Just to make sure that everything you're doing, each action you're taking is supporting you getting what you want. Like if I'm in a scene with somebody and I want an apology, or I want them to really hear what I have to say, I need them to hear, I'm not going to make a choice where I am destroying them. I am belittling you. I am belittling you because you get on my nerves, you know? I might not put that person down if I want them to stay. That might be the text. you're really getting on my nerves, right? As a warning, like, I want you to hear what I have to say, but you're really getting on my nerves, right? I'm going to choose an action to warn versus to belittle because I want that person to stay in the scene with me, right? So making informed choices about the actions that you play to help you get what you want is a part of the analysis work that you need to do as an actor. And again, the actor's thesaurus, which can be ordered on Amazon, or it's also an app. You can download it on, I know Apple devices, you can download this book. It's a great source for actors. Know what you are doing. Yes, it's a great book. Let's see. You also need to be able to identify the turning point in a scene. It's important that you really understand a scene before you do it, because if you haven't hit the turning point, or you haven't nailed the purpose for the scene, the event of the scene, like, why is this scene being written? Why is casting or the director sending me this scene to do? They need to know that you understand that scene and what's happening, or they can't cast you, because a lot of time in television and film, there's no time to really coach, direct, other than to just give you blocking. Like, people want actors who have done the work and understand, and it's clear that they understand from their self-tape, so that they can get on set where money is and time is precious. You know, they want to know that you know what you're doing, that you know your purpose there. So being able to identify the event of the scene, or the turning point, or the purpose of the scene, and really nailing that moment or beat is key to having a great self-tape. Awesome. Okay, so I talked a bit about the moment before. I talked a bit about noting the closing and opening values of a scene. I talked about an objective, what you want. I know many actors know this, but I'm thinking that I'm talking to a variety of actors who may be on various levels. So that's why I'm kind of going back to some of the basics too. Let's talk about moment to moment. I have put many of people on tape over the years. And what I have noticed a lot is that people fail sometimes to invest all their actions in the other person, right? So what does it mean to invest in the other? It means to make sure the action or what you're doing is landing on that person, right? That it reaches them, right? So if my line is, I want to marry you because you are everything to me. I want to marry you because you're everything to me, right? I can say that line, and if my objective is to pull this person in, I'm probably not going to say it over here. I'm probably going to look at it and make it count, right? I'm going to invest my line in the other. Some people just say, I want you to marry me. I just want you to marry me. You know, I want you to be my wife. You mean so much to me. And you can do this and not be connected to the other as long as you bring it back to the other. But if the action didn't help you get what you want by landing it on the other, then it doesn't work. It's not a strong choice. And I think if you watch TV and watch movies and look at the eyes of actors and look at where their focus is for the most part, you know, we got to stay right here. In scripts, writers aren't giving us, they're usually for film and television, getting in at the last minute and getting out as soon as they can. There's not a whole lot of lines and dialogue. So each line is like your ammunition to help you get what you want. So you got to make it count by choosing the right action, investing it, and making sure it lands on the other person. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm making sure this lands on you. I'm investing this in you. I'm not investing this in you right here. I'm not making sure it's landing on you and then being present to get your reaction, to know how I'm going to be affected by that. If I miss that moment, then I'm faking that moment, right? Because I didn't receive what the other gave. I wasn't present for it. I hope that's clear. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize time is flying. Time out. Okay. coming. Let me just go down. Coming. Hang tight. Let's see. Text. Oh, I also wanted to talk a little bit. Let me go to the questions and I can actually explore adding some of this in with the questions. Okay. We'll go to questions. Ask away. I'm getting the note that we're ready for questions. So we'll ask away and then throw things in on the way. What's the best size ring light? The best size ring light, usually ring lights are usually about like 14 inches, I would say, all the way around 14, 15 inches. That's good. As long as it's enough to set your camera inside the middle of the ring light, it works. It works for me. Can you just use a ring? And can you just, yes, you can just use a ring light. Now with that ring light, I would say also explore getting you a piece of bounce board, like a piece of white cardboard that you can purchase at like Rite Aid, Walgreens, an art supply store, that what you can actually lay on like a music stand in front of you or a table in front of you that's underneath the face. So if I have the ring light coming at me, or I can place the ring light above me and make it mirror like the sun, right? I want the light to come down on me like the sun. If I'm not using my camera in the middle of it, right? This is another choice you have. You can raise the ring light, tilt it over like it's coming down like the sun, then place a piece of bounce board underneath you. Like, it's like, almost like I can put my hands on that white board, right? And that is going to help fill in the shadows underneath if you want even light. Men, for the most part, don't have to do it unless we're trying to look super, super fly and just have just beauty light going all around us. But for women, I would say if you're using a ring light and you're not putting your camera in the center of the light, I would raise that light and tilt it over a bit, right? And then in front of me, I would place a piece of, I'm gonna go get this 1 second, it's right behind. And I'm back. It's just like a piece of white board, right? That's going to lay under your face. And you see how it's already filling in, giving me more light under here, right? Cool. If you have more questions, you could also feel free to lelandduranstudios@gmail.com. You could also send to me. If you live by yourself, what do you do about not having a reader for auditions? That's a great question. Okay, so if you don't have a reader present, you can do this. It's not, I don't always love it because it changes the performance a bit, right? But you can record your lines and play them back. You know, you can do that. It's not my favorite choice, but you can do that because it keeps us, I feel like, from moment to moment, having that real person there, just, I don't know, it helps with the honesty in the moment to moment. Yeah. Okay, I don't have camera setting tips for Android because I'm an iPhone guy, but you can, I'm sure, do the same thing because the Android cameras are just amazing. But I would say go into your camera settings and see if there's an option for 1080p or high res, 1080p or 4K at 24 frames per second or 30 frames per second. Oh, good. Would my focus be the same for self-tape scene monologue 16 bars? That's a really great question. Okay, I think for the 16 bars, if you know who you're singing to, I would not look down the barrel of the camera. I would also just place the imaginary other very close to the camera, to the right or the left side of the camera, whichever side of your face is most flattering. You know, I would do that. For a commercial, sometimes they want you to look right down the barrel of the camera. I want to talk about a slate right quick. This is taking me to slate stuff. For a slate, You look into the camera. A slate is like your calling card. You're saying your name, sometimes your height, sometimes your representation. Casting will send you, always check out casting's notes. If casting gives you a note, take those notes. But if they don't give you a note, a slate saying your name, look into the camera and sell it, and make sure, and I would say, look at it as a headshot. It's an opportunity to sell yourself, let's see. Great. Also, I would record several slates that I could potentially use for different auditions. Like maybe I give myself 4 or 5 different slate options that I just keep on my hard drive, on my external hard drive, right? And then I keep all my self-tapes that I do on my external hard drive, because self-tapes, you never know, your agent can call you and might need someone to see one of the tapes that you did in the past, and you want to make sure you just don't throw those away. You can also like track your progress by watching your growth and watching the tapes back and analyzing them to see what works and what doesn't work. Okay, another question. What are the best tips for the moment before, when you're going into the studio and don't have as much control over the reader? Okay, you always have control over the reader, because you can say to the reader, I'm just gonna need a moment. I'm just gonna need a moment. That's all. I'm gonna need a moment, or we'll go. Or just give them whatever information you need them to have to help set you up the best. It's your audition. If you need to talk to the casting director and say, hey, I just need a moment. And the moment before, I don't feel has to be a major moment. I think it just has to lock you in. It's like you've worked this moment out at home, right? It can be as grand as I just ran from outside up 10 flights of stairs, walked into my apartment and closed the door, right? And so I've endowed that moment. I've worked that moment at home. I've made that moment personal for me. So I know what it means. I know when I take that breath and I say that moment before, I just close the door. And I'm listening. I'm waiting for the next moment, right? So I've just created that moment at home and simplified it for the room. I hope that answers that question. Any more questions? Okay, no more questions popping up right now. Things that you can check on when watching your self-tape back. Be mindful of pacing. Your pacing. Does the scene need to move? Am I working too hard? That's a question that you should ask yourself. Let's see. Oh, let's talk about text and subtext. Text and subtext. How do you make a strong choice? By, I feel, clarifying the subtext and then asking yourself why you're saying what you're saying and making it personal, connecting it to your own life. That's how you make strong choices. So if my line is, if the writer wrote, this is amazing. This is amazing. I've wanted these forever. This is amazing. I've wanted these forever. That's the line. Now, my subtext could really mean, why am I saying that? Because I ask myself, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to like get her out of the way because I'm over it. Like I'm done with her. My overall objective is to just get her out of the door. Oh, these are amazing. I've been wanting these forever. I just want you to go. Why am I saying that? I want her to leave. I want her to leave because she's getting on my nerves. I don't have much time to do the thing. So you talk it out. And then you say, why am I saying she gets on my nerves? Because she's just annoying. And she knows that I want to be alone during this time. She knows this is my private time, right? So now I've asked myself, what am I saying in my own words beneath that text? Why am I saying it? Because she gets on my nerves. She knows this. She knows that I have a meeting. Okay, these are great. I've always wanted these. You know I got a meeting. You know you got to go. That's helping me get to that more specific choice. I hope that was clear. Great. Do we have any more questions or? Any more questions? Okay, so I talked about investing in the other. I want to talk about the importance of reading and making sure that you, in your analysis work, that you write down your moments, beat to beat, moment to moment. Do that work, write it out. What do I do first? Then what happens in the scene? Then what do they do? Then they respond this way. Then she walks out the door. Create a map for yourself and be mindful when you watch your takes back that you're hitting all of the moments and not skipping moments. Make sure that you are looking to see that the other actions of the other person landed on you, that you were affected by them, right? And that you were breathing and then you chose an action in the moment and sent it right, invested it back into them, right? How different are the frames for live theater and TV film? Okay, regarding auditioning, how different are the frames? I would say we should frame ourselves for a television or film from like just above the head to like mid-chest. Because a lot of casting directors or directors may be getting these auditions on their cell phone, we need to see what's happening in your face. We can get your body information from either the slate, the pan up and down. We can look at your height on your resume. We can look at, we can find that info, your weight on your resume. We can get all that information there. So keep the frame tight, especially for television and film. I say because the acting requires a little more energy for theater, I would explore a shot that's more of a medium shot. That's getting like just above the waist to a little bit over the top of the head, you know? You can come in a little closer than that, but that's where I would stay for a theater audition versus a television and film audition is going to be a lot tighter because we need to see what's happening with the eyes, right? Great. What are your thoughts about using a reader via phone or Zoom? I have been in situations where I have been the reader on phones or on Zooms, and people have booked jobs still. Is it my favorite way to go about it? No, because the sound is distorted. And you have to think about when you give a self-tape and you're competing against a lot of people. It's just like watching TV, right? Are you going to watch a television program that's staticky, that's fuzzy, that you can't really hear that well, or are you going to watch something that's in more high definition with great lighting and great sound? It's easier for me to take it in that way. If your reader sounds like a robot, that's a distraction for me. And I know, you got to be a fierce actor to keep my attention. My attention in that way. So I would always recommend hey, be a good person, find a friend who can show up for you. But if you're booked and you're working and you're busy, you can explain that. Say, hey, I didn't have an opportunity to connect with someone to read for me. I did it this way. You can talk to your agent about it or have them send a note to casting. But don't consistently send in tapes that are not excellent tapes, that don't look good, sound good, and have great acting. Because it's a lot of the time your opportunity to make an impression with a casting director. And there are not that many casting directors, you have some of the same ones casting the same projects. And when they become a fan, when they see that you've invested in your work on all levels, in the acting, in the setup, you've prepared, they're more than likely to bring you in again, because it's like an audition for them too. It's like they're not gonna, and if they get 500-600 tapes, okay, let's give an example. A role pops up, and it's a lot of the time casting directors are considering 500, 600, 700, 800 people, right? From headshots. Then agents, they request tapes from, I would say, about 75, 100 sometimes. Sometimes for a project, it can be less. Sometimes it can be 20, but usually only 4 or 5 make it to the director. So if you want your tape to be one of those 4 or 5 tapes, you need to be on it. It needs to be a great tape. You need to have identify the event of the scene, what this scene is about and how it moves the story forward. You need to have made it personal. We need to see that you make strong choices, that is specific, that you know how to show up on camera. And how do you know how to show up on camera? By practicing, by having that space in your house that you get a monologue and you run that monologue down over and over. You record it. You say, oh, that's too much. I'm doing too much. I can do less there. Record it again, right? Play with the subtext. Play with behavior on camera. I'm a little nervous. What happens when I'm nervous? Write those physical actions down, right? So you can just pull them out, whenever you need them, whenever you're making your choices, right? Let's talk about props real quick. Props. If your character is drinking something or eating something, go ahead and do it on camera. For all the self-tapes I do, I definitely would rather see somebody, if they're drinking something in a moment, I'd rather see them actually take the drink versus that's taking me out of the moment on a self-tape. If you need to shake somebody else's hand, you don't extend that hand in the frame. You just do it right out of the frame, and we can see the impulse in the shoulder, right? We get that information, right? If you're wiping down a table, you can go ahead and wipe it down. You're cleaning up in a bar before you're setting things up. Like, give yourself a couple of props that if they don't necessarily have to be in the frame, but they help tell the story, go ahead and set yourself up. And if you have that bounce board or a table under you, you can, and it's strong and stable, you can set your little props up there. So editing tips, once you have the scenes on tape, great. Once you have your scenes on tape, editing software, there is Final Cut Pro, which is what I use to edit. There's also software programs that come like on a Mac, like their basic editing software on a Mac. And sometimes you can download apps on a phone. If you have Final Cut Pro, I would say put your slate, if the casting director doesn't request or specify, put it at the end. I would put the text at the front with your name, the role, the project. If they ask for more information, you can list that too. You can put your representation, because there's nothing worse than getting a tape and you don't know who it is. There's no slate and your name is not up there. Then you can't be cast. It's more difficult, and we don't have that time, right? So yeah, I would put my name card at the beginning and at the end. A nice little, depending on the energy of the scene, you can get creative with the editing. You can do a fade into the scene, or you can let it jump right into that scene. It depends on the energy, right? Put your takes in there and export them so that they're not super large. Be mindful of like any file size suggestions that they give you from casting, and put your name on the file name. Like, change the name of the file and put, if I'm auditioning for the character Jack, I'll put Leland Jack audition or self-tape submission. That's how I label it. And that way it's easy for a casting person to forward it to a director, and they can say, oh, this is this person's tape. And just make it super easy. Super, super easy. Any more questions there? Let's see. How can I make, let's see. I know what I want to say now. I want to just talk to actors in general. We're in a space where right now, like, things are quite unpredictable, right? We don't know when theater is coming back, and we hope that television and film comes back soon. But what can we do in the meantime to keep ourselves, fresh and on top of it? And so I would say read scripts of plays, read scripts, read television scripts, watch tons of TV, and know that this whole thing, making it, is a process. Many of the self-tapes you send in will not book you the job, but there will be those that do book you the job because it's your job, right? So on this journey, just continue to remember that it's a process. And when you've made it, it's all done. It's just like baking a cake. When we put it in the oven, we bake it, we pull it out, everybody gets a slice, it's done. There's no more fun. So enjoy the moment, just like I'm asking you to be in the moment in the scene, be in the moment in life and our career as much as we can, and know that everything is working out as long as we keep that positive mindset, positive attitude. And what helps to keep a positive mindset and attitude around a self-tape is to set yourself up by practicing. Use this time to get to know yourself on camera, especially those actors who are transitioning from theater or Broadway to television, right? You need to understand that's a big question. How much is enough? How are you going to know how much is enough if you're not regularly putting yourself on tape? Don't just wait till you get the self-tape. Send your own self a self-tape. If you don't have the scenes, ask friends if they have a scene that they could send you because you're just trying to work. Start a small group where actors are putting themselves on tapes together. Absolutely. Analyzing the scenes together, work on those skills, because in television and film, most of the time you're having to self-direct. It's not like you're getting that 4-week process that you get in theater, right? They want to know that they have smart actors that understand the writing, know how to get into the writing and dissect and analyze, and can potentially show me something that I didn't even know was on the page, right? So that's what we're looking for. That's how you make a great self-tape. Great lighting, great sound, a great backdrop, great wardrobe, specific to the character and not distracting. The lighting can be 3-key light, natural light, a ring light. What else? Let's see. Sound should be really, really good. The reader should not be louder than you. You can get a directional mic, you can get a lapel mic, and you don't have to go pay $500, $600 for Sennheiser lapel mics. If you go to an audio store, find something that's $100 and something bucks, that you're going to take care of, but you've invested in, because once you do book that job, you're going to make that money right back, right? And then you have it for all of your other tapes. If you need backgrounds, if you're not painting your wall, either blue or gray, go to B&H Photography, go to Adorama, go on Amazon and order you a gray or a blue backdrop with a backdrop stand. Or if you're not in a position where you can buy the backdrop stand, you can cut this paper and put Velcro on the back of it and, create just the little section that you would need in a room. I know, especially for those actors who are in New York, we don't have a ton of space, but we take what we got and make what you want. And that's what I'm suggesting that you do in this situation. Is if you don't have the room to put up a whole stand, then keep it simple. Get the paper, cut you a piece of it, put some Velcro or tape on the wall, tape it up there. Use your iPhone, that's super cheap. Invest in a bracket to hold the iPhone and a stand so that it's steady, and invest in some good lighting. And maybe if you start with a ring light, then maybe you can bump up to the 3-key light setup later on after you book that first job. Keep your acting honest, informed by the given circumstances. Clarify the subtext and continue to go deeper. A lot of people ask me, what is too much on camera? Too much is when it's general. When you get specific about something, when you know what you're saying and you know what it is that you're going for, it's a lot easier for you to stay connected to that other, stay present, stay still, right? Because every bit of movement is giving us information, right? And you want to be intentional about what information you've given. And once you've done the prep, once you've analyzed, ask yourself why, and why some more, then you just trust and you play in the moment. Thank you guys so much. It's been great. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Jocelyn. And thank you, Black women on Broadway. You're some of the finest. You bad, and I love you. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your voices. Thank you for just your encouraging words when sometimes life is not even going the best for you because of the way that the system is set up, So I just want to say thank you for this day. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the platform. You rock. If you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out at lelanddurand@gmail.com, lelanddurandstudios@gmail.com. Yeah, I'm an acting coach. I love to do it. I'm also a photographer. I do many things, but helping to take you to the next level is something that I'm extremely passionate about. So I hope I was able to do a little bit of that today. Until next time, be blessed.
Hi, everyone. Jocelyn Bwob here, writer. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. I knew I was going to do that. Thank you, Andrea. Okay. Hold on, we'll mute this mic. Great. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Jocelyn Bwob, writer and actor, and also one of the founders of Black Women on Broadway. Thank you so much for being here for Black Women in Theater Appreciation Day. It has been an awesome day, really exciting day. I hope you all feel full and loved and warm and all the things. And we're very excited about this main event. Thank you so much for your patience. We're working through some technical difficulties. And so thank you for that. But I think that this conversation is going to be a really lovely one. So first we're going to bring in one of our first main event guests. She really needs no introduction, but I'm going to do one anyway. She's one of the most celebrated actresses of stage and screen, the winner of a record-breaking 6 Tony Awards, 2 Grammys, an Emmy, and the 2015 National Medal of the Arts, America's highest honor of achievement in the arts, which she received from President Barack Obama. Miss you. On TV, she starred in the hit ABC series Private Practice for 6 seasons, and she currently stars on The Good Fight, which airs on CBS All Access. On stage, she has starred in 12 Broadway shows, including Carousel, Masterclass, Ragtime, A Raisin in the Sun, Porgy and Bess, Lady Day at Emerson's Bar and Grill, Shuffle Along, and most recently, Frankie and Johnny in the Clair de Lune. It is truly an honor to have her here. Please, everyone, welcome the incomparable Audra McDonald. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. So we're waiting on Lilia. She's going to be joining us soon. So everyone hang tight. Don't think that we have forgotten her. She will be with us as soon as she can. But thank you so much for being here. I know this has been like one of those crazy times where you've just been like zooming and booming and streams and dreams, and it's just like madness for you. So thank you for agreeing to do this. I really do appreciate it. I'm sure everyone who is watching right now also appreciates it. So thank you.
My pleasure. It's my pleasure to be here.
Oh, good. So look, I want to start with acknowledging what an astonishing time we're in right now. The world is being devastated by a pandemic, and we've all been forced into isolation. And I think that forced isolation has also kind of caused us to have a real reckoning, at least here in America, and I think the world over, but certainly here in America with racism.
Yeah.
I keep saying that this moment feels like a modern day civil rights movement, in which everybody's being called to the table, Black and white, and being asked, like, where do you stand and are you going to take a stand? And we're seeing that in all facets of our life, politically, socially, in corporations, in Hollywood, and obviously in theater. So thinking about that and thinking about your career and all that you have been through, I literally can't even imagine the stories you must have. But what does this moment feel like for you, reflecting back on your career? And if it at all or anything, if it does or hasn't in any way made you think about what it would have been like in the past when you possibly would have had more strength in numbers in the way that we see now?
Yeah, I think it's been, this feels different. This time feels different than perhaps, going as far back, as like when the tragedy of Amadou Diallo happened, where, that was sort of pre a lot of cell phones and whatnot. And, people sort of, were angered about that and this police brutality that happened with the killing of him. And, people rose up for a minute and then it just sort of went away. And then, Samir Rice and Trayvon Martin and all these other tragedies that have happened that have sort of gotten everybody to rise up in a way for a second, and then it's gone away. This feels different. It feels like a different time. And I think a lot of it has to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. I think because we are all I think anxiety levels are high anyway, and we're being forced into this isolation. And I think that there's just, everybody's being forced to sit in something right now. So in the way that, you're sitting either with your loneliness or the isolation or the fear or anxiety of the COVID, the pandemic, and then the pandemic of systemic racism that is now finally bubbling up to the point where you can't ignore it. And the fact that people are now taking to the streets in a way and continuing to take to the streets. You see people in other countries taking to the streets and raising their voices. And you see the power of Gen Z doing things like, whether it's through cancel culture or all those wonderful kids who bought all those tickets to the Trump rally and then didn't show up. I mean, but
that was fascinating.
That's amazing. I mean, there's a reckoning that's happening right now, and so for me, and looking back on my whole career, I think it's a more awake time, and I think people are realizing where they have. They're realizing the power of their voice. They're realizing the power of unifying, coming together, and they're realizing that that we cannot go back to business as usual after this. Because the world is already in completely changed. It's already been completely changed by this pandemic. So there's no way we can go back to business as usual. And I think corporations are starting to realize that. I think even within the theater industry, people are starting to realize that because there's going to be more accountability, because there is more awareness. And for me, it's a reckoning too, because when I started out in my career, a lot of us were the only ones in the room.
Right. I was gonna say, like, what was that like to be able to, only have a couple of folks, when you look to your left and your right, and there were only a couple of folks who looked like you. There weren't the strength in numbers that I feel presumably we have now. So like, I would love for you to just speak to that time, because I think people always feel like, take ownership of this or that, and like sometimes maybe that wasn't so easy. Yeah.
Right. Sometimes the only ownership you could take was just being the one in the room. That in and of itself was enough. Not enough, but it was at least some sort of show of resistance, or I don't want to say speaking truth to power, and also in order to change the room, you have to get in the room. So if it means that you were the only one in the room for that time being, and then there you are, in terms of like my reviews, a lot of the reviews I got when I did Carousel, some of them were saying things like, well, would there really have been a Black person and whatever. But the fact that I was there, people were being forced to reckon with that. I was being forced in their face in a way, and sort of deal with my talent and my Blackness at the same time. And that in and of itself, for a lot of us back in those days, and even now, I mean, when I first started out, you couldn't audition for Les Mis. A Black person couldn't audition for Les Mis. They weren't going to cast you in Les Mis. I remember very famous producers saying, yeah, well, I know she wants to play Eliza Doolittle, but she's Black. You could say those things. People were saying those things. There was no accountability for that. So the fact that we could at least be in the room and be undeniable with our talent, and being recognized for that, and the people having to deal with the fact, oh, she's very talented, she's playing this part, and she's Black. Well, I'll put that over there. But that in and of itself was a lot of the power that we had back then. Social media.
Right.
Stage door in the way that you have it now. You didn't have the all that chat and Broadway world and all these sort of chat boards where people could talk about, whomever and whatever, what performance or cancel culture. You didn't have any of that, so it's a very, very different time. So I think there's more awareness now, and I think a lot of it has to do with social media.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's certainly a thing. And I mean, speaking even with that, like, I think I'm sure that many of the people who are tuning in, and myself included, however unrealistic it is, always think of like folks like you and your careers as like perfect, just like perfect careers, perfect voices, perfect actors, perfect whatever. And obviously, I know that that is not, realistic. But it's just when you're someone who is struggling to get access, like a lot of us, have in the early part of their career, it just feels like someone's living like this beautiful, amazing, perfect life, and career, and we haven't gotten that yet. And especially now with social media, we're living in this very odd time where everyone's lives are oddly curated, via social media posts and tweets and Instagram posts. So it's very easy. And Photoshop, yes. So okay. So it's very easy to, feel like someone's living like a very perfect life. So can you speak to a time when things were not like that, when you kind of came face to face with people's perceptions of your career and the realities of it?
Yes. No, I've been very honest about, my time at Juilliard before I ended up on Broadway, where I was not fitting into the proper mold of, what they wanted an opera student to be like. And I kind of wanted to sing Broadway, and I was being told, well, you need to be focusing on opera. And, there weren't many Black students there. I was really wanting to be on Broadway. There were not many role models for me to follow on Broadway, although the ones that I could, I did. People like Lillias White. And, there was obviously like Jennifer Holliday and Melba Moore and those people. But I had a suicide attempt while I was at Juilliard. All I'd ever wanted to do was be on Broadway, and I just sort of felt like I was never going to get there. And it really got to me. And I had a lot of wonderful people come to my rescue and help me get through that. So that's where and then like a year and a half later, I got an audition for Carousel and then ended up getting it. So, in terms of people saying, well, your career has just been perfect, it's like, you don't know what I went through.
That was almost not a career,
life, literally. And then within that, once Carousel happened, and we had the open-mindedness of Lincoln Center and Nick Heitner casting me in this role. Then after that, certain roles I didn't get along the way. I tried to audition for the ensemble of Beauty and the Beast at the same time that I was auditioning for Carousel, and I couldn't even get cast in the ensemble of Beauty and the Beast. Not that there's anything wrong with people who are playing ensembles. Like I wasn't no one considered me for that,
Right.
And then as other roles started to, come down the pike, there were some people who would say, okay, yeah, let's look at that. Let's look at this talent and maybe reconsider. Terrence McNally certainly didn't have anything to cast a Black woman in the role of Sharon in Masterclass, but thought, well, this girl has lived the life of a student at Juilliard and has the talent and has the voice, and I don't want to say take a chance, but be ready for it. But there were lots of other things that I auditioned for that didn't come to fruition, and a lot of it because of my color. So it's not been an easy road, but at the same time, I do know that I've been very fortunate and I've been very lucky. And each time that I've walked through one of those doors of opportunity, I've thought to myself, well, good. That's another door blasted down. So the next girl that comes up and says, I want to play Mother Abbess in Sound of Music, and here's why I think I can do it, because I can sing it and I understand who that character is. And it's nothing to do with my color,
Right.
That you will have an example of, see, that door's already been blasted down, so others can come through it. We're trying to clear and make more space for, women of color in this business. But, something like I was thinking about when I was doing Annie for the TV movie on ABC with Kathy Bates and who else was in that? Kristen Chenoweth and Victor Garber, and they cast me as Miss Grace. Disney decided at the last minute that they needed to reshoot the scene where Daddy Warbucks proposes to Miss Grace because they were concerned that certain parts of the country were going to have a hard time with Daddy Warbucks proposing to a Black woman.
Wow.
And so we literally had to come in and shoot on a Saturday, which is very expensive to do. Very expensive to do. They called the entire cast and crew in to shoot on a Saturday to reshoot that scene to make it more palatable to certain parts of this country.
Wow.
This is where allyship comes in, because Rob Marshall, the director, his first job, and he knew that he couldn't say no to them. So he went in, and when they told me, I'm sorry, we're going to have to do this, I was devastated, absolutely devastated. Here I am in the room playing this role, and this happens. And I was embarrassed. And Rob Marshall said, okay. So everybody got in their costumes. They called action. We shot one take of Victor Garber, just sort of like, as opposed to handing me a ring. I mean, just like some ridiculous. And then Rob Marshall said, okay, great. That's it. I guess we got it. While we're here, and then instead of taking that day that Disney paid for to reshoot this scene and get it right so that it didn't look like we had any sort of romantic involvement, Rob used that day to reshoot other things that he thought probably could have used a little more cleaning up. And what he gave them was nothing usable. One shot, one take, completely unusable, so that there was no question. They had no choice.
Yeah.
So that's right there.
Yeah. I think people, right now we're in a moment where, folks are like, we want to do it on our own, and I think that that's a good, way to be, what I'm saying? Of course, but I think there's an importance to allyship and understanding how people can advocate for you in moments when you don't have the power to do so.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what I mean. It wasn't always, I think now at my age now, and I think the era that we're living in now, I mean, this was 1999, 1998 when that happened. Here we are in this era. I think it wouldn't have been a question, I don't think it would have been a conversation to have been had, or they wouldn't have gone as far as they did. But in that time, it was a very different time. My career was in a very different place, and I didn't have the power. That we've had now.
We're just switching interpreters for a moment. So hello. Okay, great. So we're still working on getting Lilius to those, who are wondering, like, where's Lilius? We're working on it.
Difficulties.
Yes, we're working on it. We're working on it. I want to talk about this, during earlier in the day, I was explaining to you that we had like a little girl chat, thing in Zoom. We were just, having an open discussion about things. People could just write and have questions, especially folks who've been tuning in all day. And something actually came up that was a question that I wanted to talk to you about. I want to read this really quickly because I want to make sure I get the words right. Renee Elise Goldsberry, in her Tony speech in 2016, when she won for Hamilton, she said something that really resonated with me, and it's kind of lived with me. She said, I've spent the last 10 years of my life, what some would consider the lifeblood of a woman's career, trying to have children. And I think it hit me in a visceral way. Because I am a Black woman, obviously she's a Black woman. I have not taken the leap into having children yet. I do hope to do that someday, but I feel almost embarrassed to admit that I do feel like, how is that going to affect my career? How is that going to affect my life? I work in the theater, I work in TV and film. Like, how will that affect everything? And I don't know. It does make, I feel embarrassed to say that, but it is the truth about, how I feel. And especially hearing her say that. So I guess, can you speak to like what it's like and the choices that you had to make in terms of being a mother in this business, and how easy or hard they were or continue to be, obviously, because I know you have a young one too. So what can you speak to that at all?
Listen, I happen to be in a situation where I've been so focused on my career that both of my children were not planned. I knew I had wanted children, and and that was something that I wanted very much to be a part of my life. But I too was not sure how that was going to happen. I didn't know how I was going to be able to have children and have a career. And I was so focused on my career. But my children chose me. My children said, hey, guess what? I'm here. This is a soul that you're going to have to, you got to bring me in because you have some things you need to learn. And I'm a soul that needs to be here. It's life-changing, but motherhood and theater, a life in the theater, or having any career is very difficult because you will make all the right choices in terms of making sure that they are fed and taken care of and loved, and you will work yourself to the bone to make sure that they are provided for.
Sure.
But the one person you will leave out of that equation will be you. And that's the one thing that I am learning now. And my 19-year-old daughter is actually teaching me, because she's part of that Gen Z, and she is teaching me in a very specific way as far as what's happening with my 3-year-old, because she says, Mom, I watched how you treated yourself. And believe it or not, that sometimes can informed me of how I was supposed to treat myself. Not how you treated me, how you treated yourself.
Right.
And so please do not do things like make fun of what your body looks like in front of Sally, or not take time for yourself in front of Sally, or treat yourself poorly, or sacrifice yourself. Because I saw those things, and there was a part of me that thought I had to live that way too.
Yeah.
And so if anything, what I've been learning in the past few years has been self-care, especially as Black women, so used to being at just by society being put at the bottom of the totem pole. Everybody else comes before us. We're at the bottom. That we must learn self-care and how to advocate for ourselves, if not for ourselves. Because for me, I was thinking, well, that's, that I need to give everything to my children and everything to my career. And she was saying, that is giving to me. That you can take care of yourself and you advocate for yourself. That is teaching me the same thing. So I'm not going to lie, motherhood is very, very difficult. But what I'm now learning in this day and age, and at this, I'll be 50 on Friday. At this point in my life.
Happy early birthday. I'd sing you happy birthday, but it would truly make you cringe. So.
I'm learning that self-care is something that is not only for myself, but to impart to my children.
Yeah. And
self-advocacy is something not only for myself, but to impart to my children. And that by leading by example is a way to teach them that. So
yeah. And with that, just like kind of a spin-off of that question too, like I feel like one I have both my parents are from Ghana. Everybody is, it's always about work, and I think that that's just really a universal thing. But I'll just speak for my intense African mother. It was about working and getting the job done. Yes. And so I grew up in New York City, so I was really a latchkey kid, and I was taking care of myself pretty young. And it was only way, into my adulthood that I ever even heard my mom mention the word guilt. And about not being able to be there for certain things or certain events or certain whatever. And obviously a life in the theater and an 8-show schedule, is a tough one. And I mean, was there a balance with that? Were you able to absolve yourself of that?
There still is a balance with that. And, for me, a lot of it is I took her with me wherever I could.
Okay.
I took her with me, and when I couldn't, it took a village. It really, really did. But I have learned, or am learning, that guilt sometimes can be it can be useless sometimes as an emotion. In that, what do you do with it? It's like you can just sort of change behaviors, but just to steep yourself in it when you know that you were doing the best that you can. I mean, I think it'd be different if you were a horrible person or someone who didn't care about your children or anything like that. But Not saying that it's not there, but I'm trying not to let guilt have such a sway over me anymore.
Yeah.
Again, because I don't want to teach that to my children either.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it took a village. I mean, and also it you know, motherhood for me meant no more social life whatsoever.
Okay.
Any free time, yeah, you just and the friends that you have going into motherhood versus the friends you have once you're in motherhood. Only those that truly understand, or, you know, I lost a lot of friends because they're like, well, you didn't call me back that day. I was like, you know, in my mind, I was like, I was changing a diaper and then I had to learn my lines and then I had to go do a show and then I had to come home and my baby was up all night. But
Yeah.
friends who don't have that experience couldn't understand it. It was like, well, where's your attention to me? It's like, you don't get that anymore. So that's something I learned to let go of. It's like, you know what, motherhood and your career and your family become your life. And that's what it was for me. And now social causes and social justice is important to me because that also affects my children and your children and our world, the world we want them to live in. So it's about keeping your priorities straight. So I'm not someone who parties anymore, but that's okay. That's not what's important to me, you know.
All right. I think you've earned the right not to party.
Also, self-care. I mean, as performers, we have to take care of ourselves and our bodies. This is our instrument, and you only, you know.
Yeah, true.
I'm probably not the most fun person.
That's all right. Listen, you got to live your life and do what you got to do. You know.
And I'm doing what fulfills me too.
Yes, which is important. Important.
Also, business needs to change too in terms of how we make theater more accessible for working mothers too. That's very important for parents in general. You know?
Yeah, and I think, do you feel like that wavers? Do you feel like you're seeing some version of a shift in that, or do you feel like you're not sure of the context because, you know, I mean, you've earned a right to be able to, like, you know, make demands or what have you. So how do you, you know?
Yes, I mean, yes, absolutely. When I go on jobs now, it's absolutely about, you know, when I traveled to London to do Lady Day, it was like, you know, I need a babysitter. You know, I'm taking my 6-month-old baby over, and, you know, and my little teenager over there. I need a babysitter. That someone's going to have to pay for that. You guys are going to have to provide me with an apartment that is big enough to handle my family. I need to be close enough to the theater that I can walk home in between shows and be with them. They need to be allowed backstage. All those things. Yes, I've started to advocate for those. But the culture, I think, needs to change because I think I'm not amassed a power, but I do have some sway. But at the beginning of my career, I certainly wouldn't have had that. And a lot of women that are just starting out don't have that. So I think the industry as a whole needs to adapt to that environment so that they can be more supportive, because you shouldn't have to choose between, you know, or, you know, getting pregnant during Shuffle Along. That in and of itself, you know, that's a story within itself. But you know, we need to be supportive of our parents, and especially, you know, our mothers in this business.
Yeah, I want to shift gears and talk about awards because the perception of awards, at least, and I'm speaking very generally, but I think the perception of awards is that you win 1 or 6 and everything in your life changes. It's just like Cinderella vibes, you know, fairy godmother award, you know, has showed up and my life's changed, my career's changed, everything's changed. Life is truly, you know, glass sippers and ball gowns. So, which, you know, listen, I won a couple myself, and I can speak for, you know, myself and say that, like, you know, was there some awareness of who I was as a writer? Sure. But did it shift my day to day? Was my rep paid the next day because I had a Lucille Ortell award? Absolutely not, you know? So I just want to, can you talk about your relationship to awards and how they have or haven't affected you?
The award situation for me has always been an odd one because on one hand, it's mind blowing, but I always feel like it happened to someone else. And here's why: because my day-to-day life has not changed. I mean, yeah, you could say, okay, 6-time Tony Award winner Audra McDonald, but I still have stretch marks. How come my Tonys didn't take care of that? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I have to pay my mortgage.
If only they could. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I still have to pay my mortgage, and it's still, it's still not currency in Hollywood. So you got some Tonys, whatever. We didn't know. What's a Tony? You know what I mean? In that sense, and you still have to show up to do the work. Yeah. So it's not some sort of get out of jail free card, and all of a sudden, a fairy godmother floats down and says you now have all the money in the world. It's none of those things. It's an honor, absolutely, and it's the fact that I have 6 is something I don't think I will ever be able to wrap my head around. Also, because in a way, you have nothing to do with that. People who receive awards. As a Tony, you can't vote for yourself for a Tony. You can't nominate yourself to win a Tony. And all you can do is do your work. And then, honestly, if you do get a Tony Award, then people are like, oh, well, now what have you done for me lately? So in some ways, the pressure builds. Well, if you've got that many Tonys, let me see it in action. Well, I guess you didn't deserve that Tony. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The work still must be done. The work must continue to be done. And I think it's also about evolution as an artist. I want to be a better artist tomorrow than I am today. So I can't rest on my laurels, because I've literally, award means laurels too, right? Because you have them, you can't rest on them. You have to keep going. You have to keep going. You have to keep evolving. You have to keep studying. You have to keep doing the work. And also, I feel like I have to keep showing up for my race. And for my people, as an example, and I want to be strong shoulders that younger generations then stand on, and then they become strong shoulders that generation then stands on, in the way that I am standing on strong shoulders. The Ruby Dees, the Diane Carrolls, the Lena Horns, these women, Lilias, these women who were not only pioneers but spoke out about social justice and were fighting all the good fights and going out, making space for people like me to come through. I want to do the same thing. There's a responsibility to that, I think. So awards are wonderful, but they're over as far as I know.
Yeah. Having
said that, if that award, if me having those awards then inspires a young girl, then fantastic, and makes that girl think, oh, good, then I can win 7. Hell yes, you can.
Yeah.
Especially I'm like, yes, you can win 7 awards. Win 10. Keep doing the work, keep doing the work.
Yeah. That's amazing. And and thank you for saying that, because I feel like, I can imagine, not that it makes you uncomfortable, or I can't assume that it does, but like there's something to say that, like, you didn't just show up and somebody handed them to you. I also do this thing in the last couple of years on my Instagram. I like to feature Black winners. I just literally cut together videos of Black artists who have won Tony Awards. And I love doing yours. I like to do yours in a row, because at each time you really do look genuinely shocked.
I am.
You also wore white for the first 3 times you won. Is that a habit? That's a random question. But do you just like white? It looks good on you, but just wondering about that.
The dresses that I ended up, it's interesting. It's interesting. The dresses that I ended up wearing for the first were just the right dresses. But I was thinking about my first Tony Award dress, and in terms of, dealing with racism. I went to a very fancy shop to look for a Tony Award dress for when I got nominated for Carousel. And I got followed around the store because they thought I was, I'm a Black young woman in this store, on 5th Avenue, and I got followed around the store, but no one would help me. Followed around, but no one would help me, which is an interesting thing. And so it took Lincoln Center calling the store to say,
what?
Someone please help her. So you're nominated for a Tony and you still having to deal with racism.
Wow.
Just saying.
Wow. Lincoln Center calling a store. We're switching our folks right now. And I do believe we have Lilius with us.
Do we?
Yeah. So let's add her to the stream.
Thank you so much, Imani.
Imani's our stage manager. Miss White, how are you?
I'm okay. But can I tell you how much I hate this right now?
Oh my gosh. Well, we are glad you are here. We are glad you are here. Thank you. And thank you for hanging in there doing all of the tech work. We do appreciate it.
Well, I'd appreciate it if it worked for me.
Oh, well, look, I want to make sure that I read you really don't need an introduction, but because I want to be very prepared. So I have an intro for you. So let me just read that now. Miss Lilius White is a decorated actress and singer of both stage and screen, having lent her remarkable and exquisite voice to the Disney films Hercules and Anastasia, as well as starring in TV shows like Person of Interest, The Get Down, and Russian Doll, which I feel personally connected to because I wrote on that show. So thank you. On stage, she is quite simply an icon. She has starred in 11 Broadway shows, including Cats, Dreamgirls, Chicago, Once on This Island, How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying, Fela, which she was nominated for a Tony Award for her powerful portrayal of Fumilayo Anikulapo Kuti, and of course her Tony Award-winning performance as Sonia in The Life. She's an amazingly talented, beautiful woman, has one of the most anointed voices in Broadway history, is what I say. And it's my honor to welcome you with us this evening. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. It is my honor to be here with my esteemed colleagues.
I've been talking with Audra about several different things, about motherhood, about relationships to awards, about perceptions of people's careers versus realities. And I guess I would love to just hear in general, like specifically with the motherhood question of like, what was that like for you, balancing a career in theater with motherhood, and yeah, like what was that balance for you? If you can speak to that.
Good and shows. Is that what you're there for a second?
Yes. Can you? Do we got you here?
For me, it really was difficult to balance. For most of the time that my kids were here, I was a single parent. Mm-hmm. So it was pretty much all on me. My family helped me a lot. I won't deny that. My family helped a lot, but I didn't have a partner, a husband to balance that. And it got to be a little difficult at times. It's not easy. And if I had it to do again, I might not have had any kids, to be honest with you. That's the truth. Now, I'm here for 100. Yeah, I like to keep it 100. Keep it 100. Because it's a lot to do. And my mother even told me, Lilius, if you're going to be a show business, don't have any children. And I never understood that. Well, I've always wanted to have kids, but it can be done. I very often found myself having to choose. If my son was ill, I had to choose between going to the show, staying at the theater, or coming home, at intermission, or coming home early. So it was a challenge. And there was one point I had both my kids in boarding school. That didn't work out too well either, because they went up there acting like banshees. So I'm trying to keep it 100 with you. That it has not been easy, but my reward was just physically getting to the theater each night and putting on whatever character I was playing and giving my 100% to that. And it was almost like a vacation going to work because I was able to just not be Lilius, not be mommy, and just, go there and be somebody else and have people say yay for being somebody else, and then having that time to kind of disassemble that character, and slowly as I left the theater. That's why I always take so long to leave, because I gotta put that character down and then put back on Lilius to further go ahead with my life. So I think that's how I did it, by making the theater my refuge, and getting there in time to get warmed up and breathe and assume the position, if you will.
Yeah. I have an audience question.
Yes.
A couple audience questions that I'm gonna ask here, which I think are really great. How do you keep going through glass ceilings with so much devastation?
I haven't. I have not gone through the glass ceiling. I've been blessed to have some success in my career, which is a lot of success for a Black woman to have a Tony Award for, the kind of role that I did, and to be nominated for the kind of, iconic woman that I played in Fela. But I've seen white women who win Tony Awards, who go on to have TV shows thrown at them, or other shows thrown at them. And then they ask me, when they see me at an audition, what are you doing here? Why do you have to audition? So I've seen a lot of people who don't look like us, who don't audition. They get a call from a director or a choreographer or a producer, and it's automatic that they're hired. And they don't have to jump through the hoops like we do. So to me, the glass ceiling, we've knocked their heads up against it, but it ain't broke yet, and it needs to get shattered.
Yeah. Audra, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I think that is in line with what I said before. That you win a Tony Award, and for a lot of people, it's, well, what have you done for me lately? Well, you had that, great. I won a couple, and like I said, that was after, like, I think winning 2 or 3 Tony Awards, where they're like, well, you can't play that role, you're Black.
Yeah.
Whereas if a white woman in my position had 3 Tony Awards, it would have been a come on, of course.
Yes.
There was, there's,
and you'd be invited to come into the room and give your input. As far as the character, as far as the play itself, as far as how the music should be. All of those things would be available to you if you were a white woman in this business. I mean, there were times when I would take my Tony and put it in my bag and carry it to the audition. And show it, spin that bad boy. Spin it. Say, okay. How about that?
I would pay to see that, honestly.
I still might do that one of these days.
Yes.
We do it, Liz.
You know what? I mean, but talking about, like, I guess even comparisons with that, you mentioned with, like, other actresses and, like, you winning awards and stuff. Can we talk about even within the community? Like, this is an audience question here. We're in a time when we are examining how Black female actors support each other. Often we are seeing each other as competition. It feels almost like, and if you could share your thoughts on that, it feels to me like that maybe doesn't exist when you reach a certain level in your career. But, like, can you speak to that, whether that's still a thing or not?
Well, I find that it's more of a thing when you start to try to work in Hollywood as opposed to Broadway. I found that the Broadway community is more of a close-knit community. I feel like it's not as draggy as when you get to Hollywood. That, there are people in Hollywood who know about auditions and they don't tell you anything. I feel like when we have things going on in the Broadway community, we kind of nudge each other and say, did you hear about this? Are you up for that? And I think that happens more with us here in New York and in the Broadway community than it does in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Oliver?
Well, I think there is some truth to that, and I think also I never experienced it as competition. I mean, just as an example, like, you know, we've started this organization, Black Theater United, and it started basically with me and LaChance just sort of like texting each other one night, like saying, "What is going on in this world?" And I'm just, what can we do? What can we do? And now LaChance, I talk to LaChance on some days more than I talk to my children and my husband. I mean, we're joking that we're now sharing a brain. And Lilius is one of our founding members of Black Theater United as well. But LaChance and I started talking one day. I think we were speaking, I don't remember who we were speaking to, but about the fact that for, you know, like Lilius and me and LaChance it felt like there was very few of us in the business, and that we were being pitted against each other when we were not competing with each other, but we were pitted against each other in the business because there was so little room for all of us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there wasn't the competition. Like LaChance and I have always loved each other.
No, that's right. We have never personally had any of that. Yeah. Well, because, and I think for one reason is that we're each so different in what our gifts are, but other people, you know, that probably don't have enough to do or doing that kind of stuff, you know. And I think that casting directors and some directors, they don't have the insight to see who we are, you know, and what we can really do.
Yeah.
As individuals and as a collective.
It's interesting too. I think more, you know, I can't tell you how many times in auditions for TV shows when I was just getting started and whatnot, where they would say, the casting director would say, "Great, can you make that a little more? Can she be more streetwise? Or can you make that?" You know, I'd walk into an audition and they'd be like, "Okay, so, okay, like Dreamgirls, or what are you gonna belt for us, or can you make can you make it really, you know?" And it's like, okay, the Caucasian community is allowed to have so many different layers and levels and colors in terms of, you know, the type of characters that they can play. But for us, it was always just relegated to one or two few little things, you know, the sassy black friend or the whatever. And the fact that we can have just as many hues, you know, at an emotional level and you know, character development wise and vocally, all that, as the white community can have.
It seems to be lost to them.
Especially back then. I think now, more so than ever, I think now, I think a casting director would absolutely get called out for saying, "Can you make that a little more street?" Or "Let's hear the gospel song you're going to sing for me today." I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, there's nothing wrong with that, but we can be so much more than just that. And that's all for a long time that we were seen as when we would walk in the room.
Yeah, well, and it made me stop going to auditions for a while. It really did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I told my agent, "I'm done with you," and I am. And I love my agent. He's been my agent a long time, but I'm done with that because, you know, his vision is not big enough. But I misbehaved at an audition for a big old hit show. They called me in to be the mama, you know, the big fat mama. And this was a person who was from England. And I just thought for the role, it was really a small part, not even 2 songs, not even a full, complete number. And I thought, well, you know, she could see me on YouTube. So I went in and I kind of acted out.
Okay. And by acted out, you mean you said look me up on YouTube?
So I said, well, can you sing the song? I said, no, I don't know the song. I'm not singing anything. So, but I did do the scene, and I didn't know the scene either. I hadn't memorized anything, but I was in such a mood because the casting director was someone who knew me very, very well. Has seen and seen everything I've done and cast me in TV stuff and movie stuff, and you know, and he was sitting way back in the corner, and it was almost like he was waiting to see what was going to happen, and so it was fireworks when I left there. I left the room. I had on a wig, and I turned the wig, and I. Bye-bye. That'll be in my memoirs.
Yes, yes, which we all will look forward to reading. Yes. So I want to shift just a little bit because we actually had a competition on Instagram for folks who. Oh, Lilius, are you still with us? It looks like you froze for a second.
She'll come back in a minute.
Okay. Okay.
She'll come back.
So we had a competition on Instagram of folks who had to answer a couple of questions. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. So we had a on our Instagram page, on Black Women on Broadway Instagram page, folks who had to answer a couple of trivia questions and could win an opportunity to ask the both of you a question. And so I'm gonna bring in one of them. Her name is Jasmine. So hey, Jasmine, let's bring you in here.
Hey, Jasmine.
Jasmine.
Hi. Well, first of all, I am like, my heart is beating so fast. Like, I knew this was coming, but like, it's really beating fast. So let me calm down real quick. First of all, just to say, I love the both of you. Like, my childhood was shaped by like two specific movies, one being Hercules, the other being Annie, which you both are a part of.
Yay.
And, like, I remember hearing the opening number of Hercules, being obsessed with your voice, Lilius White. Like, I needed to know who she was. I was also 5, so I really didn't know how to use computers and things like that. But once I got older, I knew it was you. And I've been obsessed ever since. So thank you for that. And Audra, Annie, 1999, you were Grace, and your maybe reprise like changed my life. Like, I heard that, and you like hugged her, and I felt the hug. I was like, she's hugging me, like, and she's like, this is the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen in my life. So thank you guys for just being who you are and being amazing. Yeah, so here's my question, so I don't take up too much time. Beyond award shows, like the Antonios that just happened, which was the best thing that came out of quarantine for me. I was just in love with everything about that. So shout out to Broadway Black for that. Yeah. What immediate effective change do you think take place in the months leading up to Broadway's potential reopening, which now has been pushed back to like January, I think? So that all the momentum that we feel now, it doesn't like fizzle out, and we can continue to hold these theatrical institutions accountable. Like, especially for me, because I am not really in the theater. I teach theater to middle school, and I'm a consumer of it, and I put my dollars towards it, and I want to make sure that we're holding these theaters accountable. So what is some change that can happen immediately, do you guys think? Yeah.
Liz, do you want to answer?
Immediately, you can. Are you teaching online right now?
Now we're off because it's summertime.
Oh, right, it's summer.
No more Zoom.
It immediately, I would say, to get familiar with the contemporary and the older Black writers, and read up on find out what the new Black writers are writing, and be familiar with who they are, so that when you get back with your students, you can give them more material to digest about the Black experience, and get them familiar with writers like August Wilson.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but the newer Black writers who are writing contemporary stuff that has to do with how the world functions now, because things are very different than they were 50 or 60 years ago. And so I would just say, open them up to what's new being written. That's one of the things that you can do right now, and open yourself up to the new stuff that's being written.
And then I think I would piggyback on that, because I think the second part of your question, Jasmine, had to do with about what we as a community can do to sort of hold theaters community accountable. I think there's a lot that can be done, because there's our whole house is on fire right now, and then our special room that is the theater community is on fire too. But we have to put out the big fire first. So I think that means being as civically engaged as you can possibly be right now. There are lots of organizations popping up within the theater community. Black Theater United and Broadway Advocacy Coalition, all of those, and there's other organizations we are doing the work now to start conversations, because I think we're at a point where I think the theater community realizes that there is no, not to quote ragtime, but there is no going back to before.
Right.
Because the consumer is now watching, and the consumer is aware. And in the same way that corporations are putting a pause on where they, with like Facebook and other social media places where they put their money right now, corporations and, big companies are doing that. They're aware of the power of Gen Z.
Yes.
So I want to have control over where my money goes, and I want to know that when my money is going there, it is not going to any nefarious causes, or it is not supporting something that I think is systemically racist. And I think there is power in that. So you staying vocal, like on your socials, starting the conversations, participating in a lot of these forums and conversations that are being held now within the Broadway and the theater community by these different organizations that are then going to start to take to task the infrastructure as we know it to bring about change. We are in a moment of great change. And I think it also happens in not just like, we got to go in and make our demands, but in transforming the narrative, making sure that the stories that we are telling, if you're in the mood to like write a script or something, all these cop shows that we have where it's, it's about, you hear about the policemen and you hear about their life at home, but, and they're being humanized, but the Black and brown body is not being humanized. So you transform the narrative. The other thing is making sure we stay in the room. In whatever way we can. So that doesn't mean, so not everybody has to go out and protest. There are other ways that you can resist. And one of the ways to resist is to be in the room, to get in the room and stay in the room. You know what I mean? So all of that I think is happening on local and sort of national levels within the theater community. And I just don't think that any of these theater companies are going to think that they can go back to what it was before, because there are too many eyes now. And that also means keeping your allies close and keeping them engaged and educated as well, too.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a different time, and I don't think people will allow it. Even in something like, I have a white husband, and we, sometimes we watch TV shows now or movies that were popular when we were younger, and he'll look and he'll go, God, there are no Black people. He's aware of that now. I mean, maybe it's because he has a Black daughter too, but he's now aware of that. So it's keeping awareness, staying vocal, and joining any of these organizations that are out there doing their part and getting ready to do more of their part and trying to affect change within the community.
Like BTU.
BWOB, this organization here, that's the other thing. That's what I was going to say. The other thing is also making sure that it's celebratory too. It's not just this, but it's also celebrate us, like with Broadway Black and doing the Antonios. What a joyous thing that was. Why not celebrate? We can resist by being joyful too, and being joyful and proud about who we are and shouting that to the heavens as well, So we do it in all those ways.
So much. That was so great.
Thank you,
also,
Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for being a fan, and keep at it.
I will, and remember me in like 7 years when I get some money to produce a show that I want all y'all to be in.
Okay.
We'll figure it out, but don't forget the name. My name is Jasmine. Sis is gonna get some coin. It's gonna happen.
I won't forget you.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have one more fan question. This is from Alexia Marie. Is that how I say it? I'm going to put you in the chat now. Hi.
Hi. Yes, it's Alexia Marie. That's right. Thank you.
Hello, Alexia.
Hi. Well, Jasmine said a lot of the things I wanted to say, which is crazy how the universe works, because we're from the same area, never met, moved to New York, became good friends, and then won separately and been texting each other for 24 hours to stay calm. So a lot of what she said is true, but I especially want to say to you, Lily, when I first moved to New York, I was working some of your cabarets at the Green Room, and I wasn't blonde when it happened, but I went up to you with a level of audacity and was like, can I call you auntie? Because I love you. And you said yes. And not only did you say yes, but you asked me to sit with you after your set. And I was still on the clock. And you were like, they're not going to say anything to you for sitting with me. I want to talk. And we talked about my experience working Dream Girls overseas and your experience and the people at the table. You were talking about hoops earlier. And through that conversation, you put me through a hoop, because that's how I got a chance to work on a ragtime workshop with Alex Tucker. And that conversation alone, because of who was at the table. And every time you visited after that, I was like, oh, let me talk to my auntie. And you would not let anyone rush you through speaking with me. And I will never forget that. That was such a major part of my move to the city. And like what Jasmine was saying to Audra about Annie, I asked my mom maybe a month ago how many times I made her watch Annie from 1999. And how mad I was when I stayed in New York for a summer and asked her to bring the VHS so I could stage door you, and she forgot it. I was furious. Furious. But when I did get to stage door you, my friends and I were in New York for a summer when we were still in college. We were broke. It was 3 Black girls from Howard in one studio apartment for an entire summer. Whoa. And we couldn't afford your show, but we went to a cheaper show and that got out at the same time so we could stage door you. But then I couldn't speak English when I got to the door. And I remember that it was July because one of my close friends has the same birthday as you and won't let us forget it. So it was July, and all I could say was, happy belated birthday. So now I'm going to use my big girl words. My question, I'm very thankful also to Black Women on Broadway for choosing this one in particular, because I've been working on it with a project that I'm working on with my roommate about being young Black women in the theater. And something that we spoke about recently was about agency and boundaries and what we will and won't do in the creative space and our mental health in the creative space. And when we started the project, you two were 2 of the names I wrote down, and I spoke on Black Theater United and Black Women on Broadway when you all were starting. And the question is, what do you two especially want Black women as theater artists to start demanding in the room and start demanding in the creative space and start demanding from the table? Because I've demanded some things with a level of audacity and the spirit of Howard University that I feel like people haven't quite done often. But a lot of my peers learned a lot from that. And I want to know, instead of saying like, I want to work like you and be like you, I want to know what doors you've put down that you want me to walk through with a new energy. So what new things can I demand from the industry?
Well, I mean, I would start by saying you put yourself out there for any role that you think you are right for. Do not ask to see if they're going to colorblind cast it. Do not, you know what I mean? Don't you say no to yourself. And that is a demand that I make of you, because you, in that way that you are not, there are going to be plenty of people in this world that are going to say no to you, but don't you be one of them. So if you feel that you are right to play Maria in Sound of Music, then honey, you go and you stand at that audition and you audition. You know, especially in this day and age where they're not gonna say no to you. They're gonna let you audition at least. You know what I mean? And that I would start with that. I would start. I mean, not just saying go for only white roles. I'm just saying go for any. Do not put any limitations on what you think you should be able to play, or what you want to pursue. Do not ask permission. I guess that's what I would say. Only ask permission of yourself as far as that's concerned. That's one thing that I would say. Lilius?
I would say take your time and, you know, audition for what you want, what you feel in your heart you can do. And don't be rushed by anyone because the people behind the table haven't had lunch yet or whatever it is. Take your time, prepare as much as you can. And when you get in that room, take your time and do you. So that when you walk out of there, you said, okay, I put what I had out there on the table. I came ready. I came with my best foot forward and I took my time to do it. And do it for you. Mm-hmm. You know, you're auditioning for them, but do it for you. So you can go home and say, you know, they're lucky I was there and give yourself a chance.
Be undeniable. That's the thing. That's the, I mean, because their eyes are being opened right now. And so you do your work. And that in and of itself will be a demand. I mean, once you're in the room, then of course it's about, and once it's about, you know, agency and it's about, you know, advocating and it's about making sure demanding that it's a safe space. And these are some of the things that we're, discussing now with these organizations: a safe space, a space that is free of bias, and all of that, and a space that is anti-racist, not just tolerant, anti-racist. I mean, those demands are absolutely things that you can make. But I think the biggest one is you do your work. Yes. And that's the one thing that was, drummed into me as a kid, and I'm sure drummed into Lilius as a kid. Yeah. As a Black woman, especially, you have to be twice as prepared. You have to be twice as talented just to even be considered.
That's right.
That's right. That has always been the case.
And a lot of times I find that the people on the other side of that table, they don't really know what they're looking for. So it's up to you to be your true, authentic self and prepare as much as you possibly can and go in there and give them you. Because sometimes they don't know what they're looking for until they see you and they say, oh, Alexia. Yeah. She's the one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Real life.
Right.
My stepson just brought me pizza.
That's
nice.
Yeah, if you all ever get an invitation from You Good Sis, that's me. Thank you so much.
Invitation from who?
You Good Sis. That's the name of the platform, YouTube show and podcast. And we check in to say you good, because sometimes we're not, and that's what we're going to talk about.
I love that. Definitely check in on me, because I'm not always so good. Okay.
I love you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexia.
Thank you, Alexia. All right, so I want to end with something really, really fun. I had a question. I was doing my research. I was like, going to ask you, like, have the two of you ever worked together? And then I came across this clip and I said, well, I'm going to play it for them in this thing. So here we go.
That was the ugliest dress I've ever had to wear.
What? For those wondering,
that dress is so ugly that I was on.
For those wondering what that clip is from, because I'm sure people are going to be writing in like, what is that? This was an appearance you all were making on the Rosie O'Donnell show in 2001. You guys were doing a benefit concert of Dreamgirls, which starred Miss Lilius White, of course, as Effie, Audra McDonald.
We were all sorry, honey. We were all
as Dina. I want to make sure I mention some of the other cast as well. We saw in this clip, Heather Headley, Tamara Tooney, Billy Porter, Norm Lewis, Darius and Aisha DeHaas, Brian Stokes Mitchell, Shoshana Bean, and Montego Glover, just to name a few of the folks who were in the show. So one, I know that was a really unique experience because that benefit concert happened only a couple of weeks after September 11th. And as I understand it, you all have been rehearsing throughout the summer. And I think, Audrey, you had to take a cross-country trip, drive in from the West Coast into the East Coast to even do this again. So
and Audrey had just had a baby.
I just had a baby.
And I had a broken foot.
Right. I saw that in the clip too. So, I mean, listen, like all of those names I just mentioned, it just sounds like, okay, well, what's that like when legends get together and just casually blow the roof off of buildings? But like, what is that like to be able to, I guess, to work with people that Audrey, you spoke to like even admiring Lilius. So like, what is it like to be able to work together, or even if you want to speak to that Dreamgirls moment, because it's a really fun clip.
Well, the Dreamgirls thing was fun, but Audrey and I got to do something in Boston. Remember that?
Oh, in Northampton.
The Boston Pops.
Boston Pops. Yes, that too. Yes.
Yeah. And we had so much fun. And I got to watch this chick here and look and see, how does she do that? How does she move that muscle? How does she get that tongue out of the way? How does she make that sound? And I'm still in awe. When I saw her do Lady Day, I didn't believe it was her. I thought, oh, they got a recording and they're cheating. I went backstage and remember I said, open your mouth, let me see who's in there.
Yeah, no, Lilius, I mean, the same. I had a picture of Lilius on my wall when I was 16, 17 years old in Fresno, California, from her as Effie in the tour of Dreamgirls. And Lilius, today, if you tell me that I am stuck on a desert island and I have to listen, I can only pick 3 voices that I can listen to. Lilius will be one of those voices. Lilius' voice is just, as I always say, adds years to your life. In terms of working with each other, it's when we do, it's family. Because we all come up in this business together. And the way that you were saying, with people competing, is we've always just kind of lifted and supported each other.
Yes.
Family. So when we all came together, especially for that Dreamgirls concert, it's amazing we got any work done because we were kikiing so much.
We kikiing, okay? Yeah. Yeah, we had many moments. And that's the thing. I love working with Audra because it's not grinding. It's not grueling. It is light. It's love. It's totally love in the room. And there's nothing like it.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a support. I mean, literally, they are my family. Lilius is my family. All the Black Broadway community, the one that we have come up with Norm and LaChance and all. That's family.
It's family.
And we've always treated each other, and that's actually in some ways because we have always been the only one in the room, and now that there's more of us, it's sort of just our family is growing bigger. Finally, and our family's feeling stronger. But
I feel like that's been our salvation.
Yes.
A lot of these years is the fact that we are family, that we're not doing this to each other, and we can say, oh, we can exhale with each other.
Absolutely.
But to say that Audra McDonald's incredible in everything she does, she's golden to me, and
Lilius has always been golden, the one voice I will listen to, and auntie to me.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay, I'm not that old, right?
Look, I'm 50 on Friday, girl.
Really? Whoa.
Right. We're gonna skip it this year. COVID.
I know. Yeah. I think you can do it next year.
Wow.
Ladies, thank you so much for joining us today. Really, this was like such an incredible treat. I think for everybody who's been tuning in all day, when we say the main event, we mean the main event. Like there's not a moment in time other than, COVID, obviously, where we're able to get some legends in the room and talk and chat and just love on each other for, an hour. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being such an inspiration to so many people, as you saw, like Jasmine and Alexia. It means a lot. And it really means a lot to me. This is pretty much the highlight of my life. So
thank you. And thank you to this incredible organization for putting something so joyous and helpful and inspiring and supportive together. We need to support each other and lift each other.
I'm very grateful as well for the support and the love and the celebration, because this is a rough time right now. Every day there's something to cry about on the news. And just to have this moment in time to celebrate and enjoy who we are and love on each other, it means the world to me. So thank you for including me in my beautiful friend.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies. I'm going to just move you out here and I'll say my last final remarks, but thank you and have such a great night.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Bye.
Thank you, Andrea.
Okay, friends. So it's up to me now to wrap up the day. So thank you so much to everyone who has been joining us today for Black Women in Theater Appreciation Day. We are so grateful for everything you've done, all the comments, all the tweets, all the Instagram posts. It's just really been amazing. This, like we said in the beginning, this was our only goal, was to have everyone feel loved and celebrated and have a full day of that. So if you want to all go and grab a drink, I know I certainly will. If you registered for the event, you will be able to get the Zoom link to join us for the after party, of which my alter ego, DJ Coco, will be DJing. There are folks in the chat saying thank you to myself, Danielle, and Amber. And trust me, I speak for all three of us when I say you're very, very, very welcome. Amber is including the Zoom link for the dance party in the chat. So just if you didn't get it, or for whatever reason, you'll get it soon. I'll be there in a couple minutes. I just need a second to breathe. And yeah, and some folks have been asking about whether this video is going to be available after today. And yes, it will. We're going to make sure that we have it available, and we'll share all of that information on our Instagram account, Black Women on Broadway. And I think that's it. So bye, everyone. See you at the Zoom party. And thank you for joining us today.